Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome on in to a Thursday night edition of BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The phone number to join the show tonight and every night is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. The last bit of rehearsal kicks off tonight. Week 3 of the NFL preseason. We've got 4 games for you. We're going to break it down, let you know who's playing, because there are some starters. There are some superstar quarterbacks playing tonight. Everything you need to know about these games and much, much more for those teams heading into the season. Steelers, Bills, Patriots, Browns, Niners, Raiders, Rams, Chargers. We'll let you know everything you need to know, and we'll be keeping you updated throughout those games, as we always do. 310-840-4910. But, Brad, we've got some big news today on a story that you and I have been following very closely. We've been talking about it.
Yep.
Packers star running back Josh Jacobs arrested back in May on 4 misdemeanor counts and a potential felony count of battery, domestic violence charges, intimidation, suffocation, strangulation. And we were literally just talking about it yesterday because GM Gutekunst was talking about how they kind of expect Josh Jacobs to get suspended. They expect a suspension. And you and I were saying, well, what the hell is the NFL waiting for? And we know they like to take their time, but there was no formal charges. That has changed. And today, Packers running back Josh Jacobs was charged with misdemeanor battery and misdemeanor criminal damage to property. That is according to Wisconsin court records. So the formal charges now come more than 3 months after he was arrested at his home near Green Bay. There are some very telling quotes, though, about this situation, and I'm just going to read one, and then we can get into it. We can read some of the other quotes but about the police reports, but here is the most damning and the most, I guess, pathetic one. I'll just put it like that. Quote, Jacobs grabbed her and threw her to the ground, and she struck her head, suffering an injury. Jacobs then took her phone from her while she was on the ground. A.N.M., that is his significant other, laid on the ground for a while and then struggled to walk back into the house. That is a report that says police have video from inside Josh Jacobs' garage of the night in May. So we were talking on the phone earlier today in our pre-show meeting about, well, the Ray Rice situation didn't feel like it was going to be a big deal. Then we got the video of what happened in the elevator where he basically knocked his girlfriend unconscious. The police have video of what happened inside the garage. That seems like a pretty damn good reason to hand out a major suspension. But again, the formal charges, one was a misdemeanor battery and the other was misdemeanor criminal damage to property. So again, an evolving situation, one that we're only starting to get some public drips and drabs from the Wisconsin courts and the police reports, but this is absolutely trending to a suspension for Josh Jacobs and the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, indeed. Very disturbing, that information coming out today. And, the NFL, once it collects the evidence, it's got to make an emphatic statement. They really do. Generally speaking, in these incidents that we've seen in the past, first-time offenders, they say it's a minimum of 6 games that they will be suspended for. There's always an appeal by the NFLPA. And normally those, suspensions are reduced to like 4 games, 3 games, as few as 2 games. It's all based on severity. And there's a lot of variance that's involved there. Now, the question that we all have is, okay, so we got the misdemeanor charges filed today, but there is no official trial or court date, assuming this does go to court. And you would assume that the Jacobs representation, his lawyer group, is going to be pushing to have a trial date set for after the season. Now, could it be set in January? Sure. Could it be set at any point, maybe in Q3 or Q4? More likely Q4 before the calendar flips to 2027. That is on the table. We haven't seen the video. I don't think the video will get out there publicly. If it did, obviously that could disrupt the case. It's very sensitive information. And obviously that could sway the public's opinion as well and expedite the process for the NFL in terms of a suspension issued if they were to pursue such a suspension. Now, we've seen prior incidents, like I go back to like Rashee Rice. Most recently, there wasn't domestic violence. Remember, that was a car wreck that ended tragically for an individual. There was video of that got out, and that went through due process, and he didn't suffer a suspension until months after that incident took place. I got a feeling, listening to my gut and knowing the precedence that has been set in this league, this thing's going to drag along. We all may jump to conclusion, be like, suspend him, cut him, get rid of him right now in Green Bay, save some face. But everybody has a right to due process, and there will be likely a trial date set. Once that is set, I think we will then know kind of black and white where potentially a suspension could be levied. But until that court date is, cemented, I'd say anyone's best guess what is going to happen. My best guess is nothing is going to happen in the regular season. It's going to be business as usual, status quo. It's going to be dark clouds going to hang over the Green Bay Packers this season. And then a trial is going to be set, and then we'll really see what the repercussions are.
Yeah, but also, isn't this, at a certain, like the NFL, yes, they can gather what's going on in the court of law. And, again, I saw that the Brown County District Attorney has reviewed evidence and elected to file misdemeanor charges against Josh Jacobs that do not include domestic violence. And that basically it's taken so long to formally file charges because of forensic evidence that they were acquiring, which takes weeks, months.
Yeah.
David L. Lassie said, quote, "Our office sought to ensure a fair and complete review of available evidence, some of which only recently became available to our office due to significant ongoing forensic efforts by law enforcement." However, the NFL, they have a job to do as well. And sure, you want an innocent until proven guilty, but now there are formal charges. And I would assume if the NFL really wanted to, if Roger Goodell in the office, whatever office deals with these kinds of things before they hand out suspensions and whatnot, player misbehaving in any kind of case in any kind of degree, can't they ask, hey, can we have access to this? Because we are a multi-billion-dollar corporation that would like to do the right thing when it comes to social justice. And so can we be privy to the surveillance footage inside the garage so we can make a decision on whether or how long to suspend this individual? And I would think no matter, even if it goes to trial and whatnot, and that's going to play out for months, can't the NFL step in and hand out a suspension before that happens? Come on, you think there's a chance this plays out the entire regular season and Josh Jacobs is allowed to play? I think that's ridiculous.
It may be ridiculous, but again, there's been precedent set for a lot of incidents that are, of similar ilk. These things tend to drag on for months on end. What happened with, if you go back to Ray Rice, that just leaked out publicly and everybody saw it and was just jarred by it. And the NFL had to make an immediate decision based on that, piece of evidence getting out to the public. Nobody's seen it. The NFL probably hasn't seen it. They may be able to ask for it. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the legalities behind it. I don't know how protective the county or the state or whoever is taking this case may be in regards to some of that evidence, but they may not release it to the NFL. There's a lot of questions here. We're not legal experts by any stretch of the imagination. But again, we've just seen several of these played out in the past, going on like for the last 2 decades around there. And usually they do take months to resolve. I will say this hypothetically. Let's say The NFL does see enough of what they need to see before this even goes to trial and they decide to issue a suspension. Let's say it is 6 games. He's a first-time offender, so he gets the full, totality of the crime committed with that 6-game suspension. There's an appeal process that will automatically probably trigger in by the NFLPA. Normally, those things get reduced. Could be reduced to 4, could be reduced to as little as 2. Again, it's on a case-by-case basis. So there's no guarantee, even if it's suspended, quote unquote, the first time by 6 games, that sticks to the full 6 games. And we don't have any idea when that ruling could come down, if it were to come down in this calendar year. Lots of question marks. And, this is why the front office of Green Bay and the coaching staff, they've been giving Marshawn Lloyd, to take it back to football, a lot of run here in the preseason. A, to see if he can hold up physically. B, seeing what he can bring to the table. They got Chris Brooks as well, a veteran who's, proved decent in terms of yards after contact per attempt numbers when given opportunities, but it's a very small sample size. My guess is if Jacobs were to miss any time at any juncture this season, you're going to full-blown RBBC between Lloyd and Brooks, and it's going to favor Lloyd. It could be like 65-35, Lloyd to Brooks. And as the Packers GM yesterday said, they could be in the market to trade for a running back. And remember, the trade deadline in the past was a big fat nothing burger. Not anymore, with some of the rules changes, and a lot of teams are wheeling and dealing at the deadline. So that is something to monitor as the regular season unfolds. How the Green Bay Packers maybe work in Marshawn Lloyd and Chris Brooks, try to give those guys some reps to get them, in the flow of things in case Jacobs sort of miss time. But also keep your ear to the ground, keep your eyes open to the rumors that are going to be swirling about. The Packers could be wheeling and dealing for a running back at the deadline, and that could be very telling. Maybe some of the whispers you're hearing behind the scenes that a possible suspension with Jacobs could be coming down.
Yeah, and again, NFL spokesperson Brian McCarthy did say today, quote, "We have been closely monitoring all develops in the matter, which remains under review." And the NFL could decide to suspend Jacobs to start the season or wait until the legal process is completed. Brad, you tend to think that it would be the latter. I'm hoping that if the NFL is able to obtain evidence of that surveillance footage inside the garage where, I get it, right? There could have been a different physical altercation inside of the home, which there is no evidence, there is no surveillance footage. But either way, I think at a certain point we've got to be better. We got to stand up for the rest of the community, and we've got to stand up for domestic violence victims. And if you can clearly see, which again, the police report says that Josh Jacobs throws his girlfriend to the ground and she sustains an injury to her head, and then he damages her phone. Come on. It's just a cowardly, disgusting move that I feel like needs to be punished here. And if the NFL is able to obtain footage of that, I don't see why you need to wait until what happens in court. You've got the footage. You've seen domestic violence happen by one of the players in your league, and I think that there needs to be a swift action taken. But again, we will see how this plays out. But that's the big news today. Formal charges now filed against Packers running back Josh Jacobs. Yesterday, GM Gutekunst did say that they are expecting. Brian Gutekunst did say they are expecting a suspension, and now just in terms of when football goes on, and it will go on here in less than 20 days. What the Packers decide to do at the running back position if Josh Jacobs is indeed suspended. 310-840-4910. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we got 4 preseason games coming up tonight. We'll get you some of the info, the big info you need to know. Fernando Mendoza, Ty Simpson, Justin Herbert, which other quarterbacks are playing, which starters are playing, everything you need to know about these preseason games coming up tonight when we get back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Just getting rolling on this Thursday. It's BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
it can seem like a square peg in a round hole. He is a 5'10 quarterback who is just a tornado. Like he's using every contour of the football field to make plays when he's at his best. And then Kevin O'Connell is West Coast offense. We are going to insert this information into your quarterback brain. You will know exactly where to go with the football with all your reads. Here's what you're looking at, make the play. It seems like it wouldn't work. I think it's going to work for the reasons you just laid out, all of the weaponry. And it's night and day from what he had in Arizona. We can get into that too. And the coaching is top notch. They've got the defense. But what really fascinates me is here's somebody who is arguably the greatest high school football player in Texas history. 3 state titles, never lost a game. Heisman Trophy winner, #1 pick. Chase Edmonds, one of his best friends, former Cardinals running back. Put it this way. This is the first time that Kyler Murray has ever faced adversity. Like he is knocked down to the canvas really for the first time. This is it. If it doesn't work out for Kyler Murray in this situation, he's not going to be a starter the next year. It's got to work out. He has every incentive for it to work out. If he balls out, he can get a contract in the 40s or 50 million per year. So Kevin O'Connell's job is on the line. Potentially, you could say he's got to win a playoff game. I think he's one of the best offensive coaches, but there is a new GM there. He's feeling some pressure. Kyler Murray's feeling some pressure. And the best way that they can make this work, according to those former coaches with Arizona, is when it comes to Kyler, you have to be aggressive. You have to be in his face. You have to say, look, throw him the mother bleeping ball. He wants that. He wants the hard coaching. Like that, he is that kind of competitor. He wants to be on that Mamba frequency where you guys are clashing, you guys are butting heads, you're barking, you're biting, and you figure stuff out. So that's going to be the Vikings' challenge: is how to push Kyler Murray in ways that he needs to be pushed. Because if he is, I think you're going to see a very special quarterback in 2026.
Thomas Castellanos is coming back to Texas Tech, who's been looking for another arm for a while. Castellanos, you may remember, went undrafted. Didn't withdraw from the draft, went undrafted, and then showed up to Dolphins OTAs for a tryout. This apparently is okay. Why? I'm not sure. Maybe we'll get news today that it's not okay because the Big 12, one of the 3 conferences so far that has enacted new rules that will levy discipline against teams that bring players back for their 5th year for any amount of college eligibility after they've been in a pro training camp or shown up in an NFL preseason game. One of the qualifications in this rule, as it's been written across the SEC, Big 10, and Big 12, and I'm sure ACC very shortly will add their name to the list of conferences enacting such a rule, is that if you declared for a professional sports league draft or supplemental draft and failed to withdraw in time, Tommy Castellanos did not withdraw from the draft. He just went undrafted. And then again, showed up to Dolphins OTAs for a tryout. Did he sign a contract? No. Is that the delineation now? I don't know. Is it maybe because it's Texas Tech and not Lane Kiffin and LSU? Church lady reference for those of you that go back to the 80s. Maybe that's the problem. Lane Kiffin's not involved in this, so we don't have to hate it. I don't know. College football tastemakers, you tell me. Where is my selective outrage supposed to go now? This is why this whole thing has been overblown from the very beginning.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. You can call and you can text. Brad, we got 4 preseason games coming up tonight, baby. At the top of the hour, it's the Steelers in Buffalo to take on the Bills. Then later tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern on Amazon Prime. Although not much prime time about it because that's the worst game of the night. There was basically no starters playing on either side of the ball for both the Patriots and the Browns in the dog pound. No Shedeur Sanders either. So it's going to be Dylan Gabriel and what's the fourth stringer's name? Talon Green? Talon Green.
Was that even Tommy DeVito?
Well, no, that's for Cleveland. For the Browns, it'll be
for Cleveland. Yeah.
Yeah, for the Browns, it will be Dylan Gabriel and Talon Green. Tommy DeVito, from what I saw, is expected to play. Him and Baron Morton, the rookie from Texas Tech, are going to play for the Patriots. But other than that, not a game that you want to watch. 8 o'clock Eastern, Niners and the Raiders. San Francisco, nobody really playing for Las Vegas. Big question mark, Brad. We have no idea who the hell is playing. And then we have the Rams and the Chargers at 10 Eastern. And you have Herbert and Chargers starters playing, which we'll get to in a sec. But let's start with the Niners and the Raiders here because, again, nothing to look forward to on San Francisco's side in terms of starters or young players like DeJon Stribling, who's been crushing it. I mean, you're probably going to see just third and fourth stringers the entire game, guys looking to make the team. But for Las Vegas, we don't know jack, and we haven't been told anything. Clint Kubiak has been, he's getting on my nerves. Clint Kubiak is getting on my nerves, man. He is good at this PR coach speak thing because he hasn't revealed a damn thing about Ashton Genty, and he hasn't revealed a damn thing about who the hell's going to play in this game tonight for Las Vegas. We have no idea if Fernando Mendoza is even going to play. I've been scouring social media all day. I've been following Raiders beat reporters on what the plan is. Clint Kubiak basically he's like, no, he goes, I'm not telling you guys. Like, we're going to keep our plans close to the vest tonight. We don't know if Mendoza's playing. I don't think there's a shot Kirk Cousins is playing, but we don't know if and how long Mendoza's playing. Other starters, is Mike Washington going to play? The guy that, as of now, is the starting running back of Genty's ankle injury is going to keep him out week 1. What's the point? Give us the information, Clint. We need it. We want it.
Yeah, it's anybody's best guess right now. I saw that Ryan McFadden, who covers the Raiders for ESPN, he tweeted out like 4 or 5 minutes ago the one battle he's going to watch because he knows these guys are going to actually suit up are a couple of backup offensive linemen at guard. Nobody knows, man. I mean, it's extremely guarded. Everything is in the back pocket right now of Clint Kubiak on what he's going to do. Look, if I'm Kubiak, if I'm the coaching staff, if I'm the front office of the Las Vegas Raiders, I'm going to see Mendoza out there for at least a series. One more final act here before the regular season gets underway. Get some more reps under the belt. Let's see if he can, have a very clean outing. Remember last time he forced a pass and double coverage against the Houston Texans and a bunch of backup Texans defenders, and then went for an 80-yard pick 6. So you want to give him and instill a lot of confidence in his overall game because let's call a spade a spade. The week 1 matchup is highly winnable for the Las Vegas Raiders. They're at home and gets the hapless, the hopeless, the not-so-fighting flippers of Miami. And the Dolphins are going to be lucky to win like 1 or 2 games the entire year. It's going to be a pushover defense. So, we all assume Kirk Cousins is going to be that guy under center in week 1. And, speaking of Ryan McFadden, he was on Sirius XM earlier this week, and he believed when he was asked about when we're going to see Mendoza at the controls, he goes, probably not until November 1st at the earliest. There are other indications out there from some of the beat writers that it will be November before we see the number 1 overall pick taking snaps with the first team. But yeah, I'm kind of with you, and I'm with you as well on Mike Washington because we don't know. It is shrouded in mystery exactly what kind of ankle sprain Ashton Genty has. I mean, that news is barely even trickled out Most reports are suggesting it's more of a low ankle sprain, not the devastating high ankle sprain. But how severe is a low ankle sprain? Not all low ankle sprains are the same. Is it like a grade 1? Is it a further grade down the list? I don't know. Is he even going to be available in week 1? It's anybody's best guess. Mike Washington has looked awesome so far in the preseason. And if he were bouncing off tacklers again tonight, getting some chunk gains in the open field, I think the arrow would really be pointing up for him. He could have a substantial role regardless if he were to suit up tonight or not early on in the season with Ashton Jeanty on the mend. So remember that, fantasy managers. If you're investing in Ashton Jeanty, say in round 3, he was predominantly back in the first round, early round 2 pick before the ankle sprain. Now he's kind of slipping because nobody has any information. There's a lot of dread, a lot of worry. But Washington could command maybe 10 to 12 touches week 1 against Miami. That's assuming if Jeanty is on the field. And the other big question we have here, Pat, Kubiak himself came out and challenged his wide receiver core because he doesn't feel like we have a go-to wide receiver. Obviously, the top target of this offense vertically is going to be Brock Bowers, but who's going to be the top WR? Is it going to be Jack Besh? Is it going to be Jalen Naylor? Is it going to be Trey Tucker? You would think you would like to see those guys out there to try to prove their worth, try to prove their mettle, try to establish chemistry, whether with Cousins or Mendoza. I'm dumbfounded, man. I'm rather bewildered that we don't have any information. And my gut says Mendoza's going to play a series, but, man, I have no flipping idea.
Yeah, now here is this, and I'm not using this and running with it. I'm just saying that the last thing I've seen here now in the last 5 minutes, a Twitter account called the Raider Room tweeted out Raiders rookie quarterback Fernando Mendoza is expected to get another healthy run today, similar to last week when he played the entire first half, per Jeremy Fowler of ESPN. Now, the Raider Room has like 500 followers on Twitter. So they're saying per Jeremy Fowler of ESPN. I went to Jeremy Fowler's account. He hasn't tweeted anything. So I don't know if that was a live hit on ESPN or whatnot. I'm going to throw on NFL Network on my phone in the break and see if we can get some clarification. But yeah, I mean, look, I don't see why he wouldn't play at least a series. Right. And, you look at their 2 preseason games. The first one was a little bit of Kirk, and then it was Mendoza, and then it was Aiden O'Connell. And the last week when they played the Texans, it was Mendoza for the entire first half, Aiden O'Connell for the entire second half. So they also have Jacob Clark on this roster, the 4th string quarterback, who is an undrafted free agent from Missouri State. He hasn't even seen the field in the preseason so far. So is that somebody that they even want to get some work? And if so, is it going to be Mendoza for a series and then O'Connell for the first half and then this kid, Jacob Clark? We don't know. But, so again, I'm not legitimizing anything that the Raider Room is putting out on Twitter, but they did tag Jeremy Fowler in it. So we'll try to get more info. But yeah, the Mike Washington thing, not only how he plays, but how long he plays might be the most telling information we've gotten in the last couple of days, Brad, since that Ashton Jeanty ankle injury in practice on Sunday, which Clint Kubiak has said basically nothing about. If Mike Washington, and again, could be wrong, I could be wrong, but let's say Mike Washington plays the entire first quarter and gets like 9 touches. I would tend to think that would mean it's probably pretty optimistic that Jeanty looks like he's on track to play week 1. Because otherwise, let's say Mike Washington Jr. either doesn't play at all or plays 1 series, gets like 1 touch, and they get him out of the ball game quick. That would make me think that, maybe this Jeanty ankle injury is a little bit worse than, we might have thought, or maybe that prayer circle was not for no reason, because they want him to be the starting running back for week 1, and they now can't afford him to pick up an injury. So I think how long Mike Washington plays and how many touches it might be telling. It might not be, but I would think it probably would be telling.
I think you're spot on with that assessment, mi amigo. That's something you got to really clue in for, especially, again, your fantasy football managers. This weekend, upcoming, is the second biggest draft weekend of the entire year. And if you want to have any kind of investment in this, Las Vegas Raiders offense, and you're thinking, man, I'd really like to spend a decent amount of draft capital on Ashton Jeanty. I know when he's healthy, he's going to be a breakout sensation this season. The guy accumulates all kinds of yak. He catches every single pass that is thrown in his general direction. There could be some improvements, and I'm going to stress could be some improvements up front with this offensive line. He's script agnostic, whether playing from behind or in front. He is going to get the touches. But if Mike Washington sits tonight, dude, I think you're absolutely correct in your assertion of this entire situation that ultimately Washington could be the starter week 1 against Miami, and he could be a cannonball splash candidate in fantasy football, a guy that could maybe even post like RB1 level numbers. That's how woeful this Miami defense is going to be this season. But he is also somebody that could play a substantial role in the early portion of the season. Hell, Pat, we can maybe get in a scenario, and maybe I'm getting myself tied up in a knot here, like in a pretzel, but could it be a hot hand situation if Mike Washington comes out of the gate and just ablazing and just rips up the league? Do we really think Ashton Jeanty, when active, is all of a sudden going to get 20, 25 touches in a game? I would say not so fast, my friend, to go Lee Corso on you. I think Washington has a real opportunity to carve out a significant role if Jeanty is limited or out week 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Without a doubt, Mike Washington Jr. might play a bigger role than we think, even if Jeanty is healthy or maybe only has to miss, let's say, a game week 1. That's it. 310-840-4910. All right, coming up at the top of the hour, we got an interesting one. Steelers at the Bills. All the reporting that I've seen so far on Buffalo's side, Josh Allen will not play, but some Bills starters will play.
Yeah.
Now, Joe Brady isn't rolling the entire first team out there, but apparently, reportedly selective starters will play who the coaching staff believes could benefit from some extra work. That's all I keep seeing here. So is that maybe DJ Moore? Is that maybe Keon Coleman, right? I mean, the guy that has been the most polarizing figure inside the Buffalo Bills organization. Which members of the offensive line? And finally, which members of that defense, especially this new look defense under new defense coordinator Jim Leonard? So no Josh Allen, but in terms of the quarterback play, expecting to see Kyle Allen, Josh's brother, and Shane Buechele, the backup and the third string quarterbacks. For Pittsburgh, Brad, by now, everybody that listens to BetMGM tonight, they know now how high I am on Drew Aller. Mason Rudolph has not been ruled out by Mike McCarthy. There's no shot Aaron Rodgers is playing, by the way, in case that needed to be said. Mason Rudolph has not been ruled out. And what I'm seeing here is from Brooke Pryor, who covers the Steelers for ESPN, tweeted out 15 minutes ago, Mike McCarthy said the focus of this game would again be the young QBs. But one interesting wrinkle is that Mason Rudolph is suited up and warming up. Aller and Howard took the bulk of the early warm-up throws. So do we see Mason Rudolph? He didn't play in the last preseason game, and I called it the Steelers QB cut game, where Will Howard played the entire first half, Drew Aller played the entire second half. I was as high as you could be on Drew Aller. I still am after his preseason debut, where he blew everybody's nips off and was awesome, threw for almost 200 yards and 2 touchdowns, ran another one in. Last week they played the Jets. They didn't score a point. Howard struggled through 2 picks. Aller didn't turn the ball over, but was okay. I think he was like 6 of 11 for 70 yards, took a couple of sacks. The backup offensive line for Pittsburgh is god-awful. They better hope they don't get any injuries to those starters. So I don't know if it matters one way or another if Mason Rudolph plays, but you know me, I'm so high on Drew Aller. I want him to be the backup quarterback this year. I want him to jump Mason Rudolph, and I still think Will Howard is getting cut on Monday when it is cut down day. So this is his last chance, Will Howard, to prove that he belongs on this active 53-man roster. I think the decision is already made up, but who knows? One final data point could change everything tonight. So all eyes on the young Steelers QBs. I can't wait to watch Drew Aller again.
Yeah, my guess here is that Mason Rudolph is probably going to get a series, just get his feet wet, get in the rhythm and flow, get ready for backup duties on this squad starting week 1 behind Aaron Rodgers. But yeah, I think both Will Howard and Drew Aller are going to get significant run yet again. I'm going to go on record right now. I hate to say this word because we never used it on BetMGM tonight, but I guarantee Will Howard's going to throw at least one interception, and that will seal his fate as a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Geez. Yeah. I mean, he's had a brutal preseason and tough, odd man out, right? I just don't see them carrying 4 quarterbacks. I think it would be a giant mistake. Still no update, no confirmation on anything about Fernando Mendoza, so we'll keep you posted on that. Again, nothing to really look forward to for Patriots Browns. No starters. Shador Sanders isn't even playing. And so let's just hit on this last game tonight. We'll talk a little bit more about it as we get closer. But Rams Chargers, the battle for LA. And 2 big pieces to note here. For the Chargers side, not only are some starters going to play, Justin Herbert is going to play tonight. Now, he played last week, and he was 3 plays. They were 3 and out, and that was it. So Justin Herbert and some Chargers starters are playing. Now, it's probably only going to be about a series or so. Jim Harbaugh, I think, said approximately 6 to 9 plays. Nice. So one long touchdown drive could theoretically do it. But if they go 3 and out, you might see a second series for Justin Herbert. And then it'll probably be once again Trey Lance and DJ Uiagalelei. Only 2 defensive starters have been ruled out for the Chargers, Khalil Mack and Derwin James. Who knows? We might see some other defensive starters, though. But again, Justin Herbert is going to play tonight. That makes it interesting for the Chargers, and I don't blame them because I want to get another look, and I think they want to get a little bit game speed feel of this new offense with Mike McDaniel. That's the key. That's the X factor for how far they're going this year. I'm not a big believer, despite the fact that in his early days in Miami, Mike McDaniel looked like he revolutionized offense in the NFL, and he had Tua Tagovailoa looking like an MVP candidate. So if he could do that with Tua and the Dolphins, what can he do with Justin Herbert? We will get at least a little bit of another taste tonight, and that's big for the Chargers. And then really quickly for the Rams, I'm excited to watch Ty Simpson again. He has confirmed that he's going to play. We don't know if he's going to start, and we don't know if Stetson Bennett's going to play, but the Rams' backup QB battle is a big one to keep eyes on. So, Brad, for the Chargers, you excited that Herbert and the Chargers' offensive starters are playing? You think it's a waste of time?
It's a waste of time, and I'm scared bleepless because I am heavily invested in shares of Amari and Hampton in fantasy football. So I just hope that the fantasy football gods will shine kindly down upon thee and make sure and ensure that Amari and Hampton escapes without major injury. So that's all I'm looking for in this game. I'll be curious to see some of the personnel packages they run, some of the personnel packages that the LA Rams are going to run, because allegedly the Rams are going to run a lot of 13 personnel this season. We're going to have more on their tight ends a little bit later on the show in our NFL news segment. But you're right, man. Ty Simpson is another guy I'm going to have firmly under the microscope. You got to remember, folks, Matty Stafford is nearly 40 years old, and man, he is a gray beard. Literally. Look at the pictures that are out there. If he were felled, and God forbid it were to happen, but he were felled by any major injury, they got to have a guy that they can trust and operate competently. Maybe one of the best offenses in the NFL. We've heard about Devontae Adams being uncoverable, enjoying practices, last week and into earlier this week. We know that Puka Nacua bring a lot to the table. Hopefully he's going to be able to stave off suspension, but that's no foregone conclusion. I mean, there are questions with the Rams, but the biggest and most glaring one right now is who is going to be the well-defined backup to Matthew Stafford. So Ty Simpson, it's time to show up and show out.
Yeah, for sure. And I said in the solo portion the other night, Brad, I think the only thing worse than the Rams drafting Ty Simpson 13th overall when they could have beefed up a Super Bowl roster even more, the only thing worse than drafting him 13th overall would then to not have him be your backup quarterback and have him be he's not good enough to be even the backup and be ahead of Stetson Bennett, who hasn't played a single snap in the regular season in his career. So if the Rams better have Ty Simpson be the backup quarterback, otherwise there's something seriously wrong. You're basically telling us, hey, he's going to be our guy whenever Stafford leaves or retires, which could be as early as next year. But we actually don't even believe in him enough to have him be the backup in case things do go wrong. We trust Stetson Bennett more. So I think it's a big night for Ty Simpson going up against the Chargers defense. 310-840-4910. We'll keep you posted and keep you updated on all these games. And if we get legitimate Fernando Mendoza news before that 8 o'clock Eastern kickoff between the Las Vegas Raiders and the San Francisco 49ers. 310-840-4910. But coming up next, some big-time streaks are on the line, including Michael Montgomery looking to get to 10 in a row. Double digits in sight for Monty. We're going to go streaking when we come back. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The big dumper has been a big disappointment. Cal Raleigh, 60 home runs last year. So far this year, he has 59 hits. 59 hits. I stopped checking the batting average to see if he could get it above 200 because I don't think it's going to happen this year. Now, he's 7 for his last 20. With 5 home runs in the mix, including that 3-homer game against the Phillies on Monday. But in my opinion, far too little, far too late from Cal Raleigh, who we were talking about MVP last year. The Mariners, all the way to the ALCS, they finally had the offense to go with the pitching. And yes, again, like many of these teams associated with the disappointing players we're talking about, the problems are many in Seattle. They've gone to this 6-man rotation. It's been pretty inconsistent. At least the names that you would expect to be more consistent have been more inconsistent than not. Kirby and Miller atop that list. Miller now hurt. Who knows when he makes his next start. But offensively, they were supposed to have finally figured it out. And Cal Raleigh is hitting 167. Again, 59 hits. 59 hits in over 400 plate appearances when he hit 60 homers last year. So Cal Raleigh, number 1 in my power rankings of the biggest disappointments.
And Stribling, I knew about, but I didn't know his catch radius is what it is. 10-inch hands. I know it's preseason, so I'll slow down. But when you just sit back and watch this guy, he just has something about him to where he is not, the bright lights don't seem to faze him. And I feel like he's Kawhi Leonard with those hands and the balls that are coming his way. Now, he dropped an easy touchdown last week, but he got, 11 catches in 2 preseason games. So he's been Spider-Man on everything that's coming his way. But to answer your question right now, I'd give him the stamp of approval of, man, this dude's got 4.3 speed and the ability to hang on the ball when Brock Purdy's throwing it to him or Mac Jones. So my question right now, or my answer to your question would be, hell yeah, he looks like he could be electric. But then we got to see what happens when it's real time and real action. And it's kind of funny. A reporter asked Kyle at his presser yesterday about Stribling, and basically to get Kyle excited about Stribling and what he's seen. And Kyle basically, and I don't know if it was, Stribling just being a rookie, was kind of, yeah, it's been okay. But we'll see when it's regular season. And we were having some fun with it. Like, he doesn't sound impressed, or that's just a ball coach not going to hype up his rookie until it's real action. But we're excited out here about him.
Yeah, I think just waiting for October to get here. It seems like they do this, year after year. Just they kind of get bored. They're not trying to set records for postseason wins or anything like that. Probably going to, win less than 100 games, but still win the division by a comfortable margin. So, but yeah, every single year they just kind of, let up on the gas pedal and cruise in October, and then as long as they're healthy and fresh, and usually those guys are fresh because no one's worn out, no one's been pushed to the limits, or no one's going to be exhausted come when October rolls around.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Crack. That's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward, depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available with our friends at BetMGM. Here's how it works. You play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone. And if you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token. All right, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. Let's run this puppy up the flagpole. Let's go streaking!
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! All right, boys and girls, we go around the crew. Everybody picks one batter that they think will correctly get a hit. And again, just about 30 days left to go in the regular season. And we've got some big-time streaks on the line here tonight and a season-long race to see who's going to be the king of Let's Go Streaking on this show. Right now, in first place is our video producer, Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty. Monty hitting 782. Yours truly, Pat Boyle in second place, hitting 753. Producer Brandon Combs has now jumped into third at batting 725. And Brad, because of a 3-game slide, or a 3-day slide, you're at 721. And then our guy in our Westwood One studios lead to lap, again, small sample size, 591 for Lee. The active streaks right now, Monty at 9 in a row. He goes for double digits tonight. The season-long streak to beat is when Brad went on an absolute heater and had 15 straight correct picks, which beat the initial streak to start the season when Monty went 14 in a row to begin the year. I'm at 4 in a row. Lee is at 3. Combs is at 2. So without further ado, let's get it rocking here on this Thursday night. I'm going to Queens, where I'm hoping they play this game, because I know the weather does not look good in Queens this afternoon. It's been raining most of the day in New York City, but I'm hopeful they're going to play the game, and I might have to pivot to a late game in case they don't, but I haven't seen anything about a rain delay yet to start. Brewers and the Mets, give me Jackson Chourio, leadoff hitter for the Brewers, with Sean Manaea on the mound, the lefty. I love this matchup. Chourio hitting 286 against lefties this year, and he's actually been better on the road. His splits, he's a better batter on the road. 2 for 6 lifetime against Manaea. Chourio to get a knock and send me to 5 in a row. Brad, who are you taking to get off the schneid, brother?
Yeah, I've been hanging out with the Penguins right now in Antarctica. I stink, folks, but I'm going to roll with a slithering snake by the bay against the San Francisco Giants, and that being Geraldo Perdomo. Hopefully he's going to get me back in the right column. He's got an hit Perdomo in 6 of his last 8 games. He's batting a ridiculous .391 the last 7 days. Now, he's only in .219 against the Giants this season, but you see Landon Raup, who is 3 for 9 against in his lifetime. Raup this season, 6.20 ERA in his last 5 and a 5.93 ERA in 3 turns against the Arizona Diamondbacks. So Perdomo, please break the funk and get me streaking to 1. I need it.
All righty. Brad going with Geraldo Perdomo. Let's get to producer Brandon Combs looking for 3 in a row. Combs, who's it going to be tonight?
I'm going to go with Mr. Am I? Oh.
No.
I'm going to go with Mr. Wonderful.
Oh, you're back.
Bobby Witt Jr. Bobby Witt Jr., 8 hits in his last 6 games, and it also hits in 8 of his last 10 games inside of Toronto. Bobby Witt Jr., no other reason other than that. Oh, yeah. Some website, batters-box.com, says he has a 97.8 Arsenal coverage for tonight's game. So, kind of like that idea.
Hell yeah. Bobby Witt Jr. I'm trying to remember if it was Bobby Witt Jr. who, he ended my streak the last time. Bobby Witt Jr. is in the sandwich of what was, I think, 5 in a row for me then and 4 in a row for me now. I wouldn't be at double digits if Bobby Witt Jr. got a hit the last time I took him. So hopefully it doesn't screw you over, Combs. Let's get to our guy, Lee DeLapp, in our Westwood One studios. We'll leave Monty for last since he's got that big old streak hanging over his shoulders. Lee, looking for 4 in a row. What's up, Lee? Who you got tonight?
I'm going with one of the hottest guys in baseball right now, being Luis Garcia Jr. in that series finale versus Houston. He's cleaning up against lefty batters. So I'm going Luis Garcia. He's killing it. Give that to me. Thank you.
You got it, man. I think you, as a lefty, right? I mean, Hayden Wesneski on the mound for the Stros. Now, that Yankees-Astros game is in a rain delay. It is raining in the Bronx. So, Lee, I would be ready to pivot in case there is the potential for that game to get postponed. And I've got to be on the same thing because Bronx and Queens ain't too far away. So, we'll have to keep posted on that one. All right, finally. Save the best for last. He's looking for 10 in a row. He's the season-long king. He's looking to get his streak to double digits. Our VP, Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty, the owner and operator of batters-box.com. Monty, who gets you to 10 tonight, brother?
Yeah, give me Andrew Vaughn in that same game as you. He was by far the hitter I was most excited about tonight. He is absolutely crushing left-handed hitters. I've got 2 data sets that I do ratings for on the site. One is free, one's premium. Current season is premium. Vaughn has the 4th highest matchup rating in that current season data set because he's crushing lefties, like I said, hitting .360 with an OPS over 1,000, 45% hard contact rate. There's no one better against lefties this year than Vaughn. And righties are destroying Manaea, .361 WOBA, 12% barrel rate, 37% hard contact, all below league average. 40 games with a tier 2 rating for Vaughn in that default data set, getting a hit 67% of the time. And the real key here, Manaea throwing his fastball 44% of the time. Vaughn is hitting over 400 against fastballs this season. He's also riding a 9-game hit streak with me, so if he goes streaking, so do I. Let's do it.
Bang. Beautiful. There it is. I mean, I've never been more sold on a guy getting a hit tonight than Andrew Vaughn. All right, Brad, if all 5 of those guys get a hit, Churio, Perdomo, Bobby Witt Jr., Andrew Vaughn, and Luis Garcia, what are the odds with our friends at BetMGM?
You're looking at cool plus 432 as always. Fade or follow, that is up to you.
but I think this stacks up nicely for Minnesota. This is a decent starting five. I don't know if it's the kind of starting five that can compete for a Western Conference title against San Antonio and OKC, but Anthony Edwards, LaMelo Ball, Jaden McDaniels, Rudy Gobert, and now Jonathan Kuminga. He's not Naz Reid defensively, but I think if I'm the T-Wolves, I'll take that. That was the one hole on your roster that you had to shore up. You had to slap the old flex tape on the side of the boat before the season started, and they took care of it. Again, I don't think it gets them up there in the rarefied air of San Antonio and OKC, but if you want to be right there on that next level with the Nuggets, and maybe if Luka's healthy and having a good year, the Lakers, you're solidly there. You're solidly there with Denver on that second tier behind OKC and San Antonio.
And I should say Joe Brady is calling plays he knows won't work against the plays that Jim Leonard, the DC, is calling, just to see how Josh Allen can handle it. So there's that, but I think it's bigger than that. I think that, look, there's no more important relationship in sports than the one between the head coach and the quarterback. Josh Allen is 30. Joe Brady is 36. They can relate to each other as fathers. They can relate to each other in every possible way off the field. And really, it wasn't a good relationship. It wasn't a great relationship, I should say, between Allen and McDermott. It wasn't like toxic. They weren't at each other's throats. This isn't something that you were going to see, Skip and Stephen A. and all the talking heads lose their minds about, because Josh Allen is he's a good team player. He's the son of a farmer. He's going to do what he's told. He's not going to ball up a fist and demand this and demand that. But it's got to be a special dynamic relationship if you're going to get to a Super Bowl and win it. Josh Allen and Sean McDermott was never that. I think Josh Allen and Joe Brady has the potential to be that. They've really evolved and grown together.
Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. And I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Thursday night extravaganza kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can also watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. First hour flew by. We talked about the formal charges now being placed on Josh Jacobs from that May arrest. Misdemeanor charges of public battery and criminal damage to property, but a police report stating from garage surveillance inside his home or inside his home's garage of him throwing his girlfriend to the ground and her sustaining head and neck injuries. So that's pretty damning. And now we'll see if the NFL wants to go ahead and place a suspension on him before the season starts, or let it play out in court before they potentially issue a suspension. His court date is set preliminarily for the middle of November. So there's a dark cloud hanging over Green Bay with their star running back. And we're going to find out how this plays out, hopefully sooner rather than later. Brad and I also previewed the 4 NFL preseason games tonight that we will keep you updated on all night tonight, including the Bills and the Steelers, which are about to kick off. It looks like Will Howard is going to start, and some other Steelers starters will play. Some Bills starters will play, not Josh Allen, but should be a pretty competitive game, at least for the first quarter or so. But again, it's another big battle between Will Howard and Drew Aller. And I think this is Will Howard, the former 6th-round draft pick from Ohio State, the national champion 2 years ago. It's his last chance to try to make the team. I don't see how he does make the active roster. I think that the Steelers are going to end up waiving him, and then we'll see if he gets picked up by somebody else. But we'll keep you posted on that game, keep you posted on what the plan is tonight for Fernando Mendoza when we do find it out. And then we went streaking last segment with our headliner, Monty, going for 10 in a row, and he's hoping Andrew Vaughn of the Milwaukee Brewers can get his streak to double digits. 310-840-4910. Programming note, we're going to talk to Bobby Skinner from the Giants Nation pod coming up in less than 20 minutes. Bobby, probably one of the best combos of Giant fan podcasters that you'll find in the space. Can't wait to talk to him. And he was just on NBC Sports Night with Bruce Beck. So some nice pub for Bobby Skinner. We're going to talk to him in less than 20 minutes on all things Big Blue. Is Odell Beckham going to make the team? What to make of Cam Scadaboo's very interesting last couple of days in practice, and overall thoughts on the 2026 season for Jackson Dart, Malik Neighbors, and the rest of the G-men under John Harbaugh. And then coming up in an hour from now, our pal Joe DeLeon will join us to talk college football as the season is just 2 days away. Brad, but why don't we start this hour with a little NFL buying or BS, shall we? For the folks that have missed this segment the couple of times we've done it, what is the premise?
Yeah, there's a lot of news and notes that are coming out right now, and some coach speak as well. So I'm going to give you the news tidbit. Then I created a statement based on that tidbit, and I'm going to simply ask you, are you buying, or is that statement a heaping smelly pile of BS? Simple as that.
That sounds great. Baby. Let's get to it. What's the first item on the docket?
All right, this one coming from Greg Bell of the Tacoma News Tribune, and he reports a couple of days ago that rookie running back Jadarian Price, and this is what Bell said, quote, Mike McDonald and GM John Schneider have seen enough of Price's speed, decisiveness, and cutting into outside zone run gaps, and his pass-catching ability to know Price is too valuable, and the running back room too thin by injuries already this preseason to risk the rookie lead back in these games that don't count, end quote. So that is in regards to the final preseason affair for the Seattle Seahawks. And knowing that about Price straight from McDonald and the GM John Schneider, buying or BS, Price outperforms former Notre Dame teammate Jeremiah Love, who of course is dealing with a high ankle sprain, a member of the Arizona Cardinals, in total yards and touchdowns in a standout rookie campaign with the Seahawks. So, Pat, are you buying, or is that BS?
This is a tough one because not only does the Jeremiah Love injury play a factor into this, but the Zach Charbonnet torn ACL that he's coming back from plays a factor into this. He still has not been taken off the PUP list, and if he's not taken off the PUP list in 5 days from now, then he's going to have to go on IR and miss the first 4 games of the season. Charbonnet tore his ACL in the first round of the playoffs, so I mean, he's kind of coming up against that deadline here. I don't know, Brad, was there an update on if the Seahawks are going to take Charbonnet off PUP list or is that still up in the air?
It's still up in the air, and I would be utterly stunned if he starts the season off the PUP list.
Yeah, so you're talking about him missing the first 4 games. Kenneth Walker no longer there. The Super Bowl MVP is now at the Kansas City Chiefs. So Jadarian Price might have 4 games of that backfield, not to himself. They still have George Hilani, who filled in last year after Charbonnet went down with that torn ACL. But this would effectively be the running back room belonging to my Notre Dame rookie, Jadarian Price. And with the ankle injury to Jeremiah Love, we don't know if he's going to be ready for week 1. Oh, well, here's the thing. You said Price is going to outperform Jeremiah Love in total yards and touchdowns for the whole season. That, to me, is BS. He's going to get a head start on him. He's probably going to have more yards and touchdowns in the first 4 games, while Charbonnet, if he does get put on IR, is on IR. But over the course of a 17-game season, I'm expecting Jeremiah Love to be a big factor in that Cardinals offense. And no, I don't think over the full year, Jeremiah Love is going to get outplayed or outperformed by Jadarian Price. So I will say Jeremiah Love will still have more yards and touchdowns than his Notre Dame rookie counterpart. It's BS for me.
It's BS for me, but only half BS, because I do believe Jadarian Price is going to outscore, meaning he will have more total touchdowns than Jeremiah Love this season. Just a better offensive environment. He's going to be running behind a top 10 offensive line. There have been some O-line injuries already that have, felled the Arizona Cardinals. There would be a middling run blocking unit this year. I mean, Love could come out smell like a rose in garbage time because Arizona's going to be down 21-0 in every single game. But even before kickoff, they're going to be that horrendous this season. And that's why I believe Love is going to accumulate more total yardage, not necessarily on the ground. I think Price will actually outrush him this year, but I think the receiving yards is the most glaring X factor in this equation. Price has surprised everybody. He is greatly outperformed the low level expectations because he only caught 6 balls last season in Notre Dame. He's going to be a prominent pass catcher. He may catch 30 to 35 balls, but Love, at a minimum, I think is going to catch 55. It could be as many as 80 passes he catches, presuming that he plays all 17 games. So I'm almost fully buying it, but yes, I'm with you. It's partially BS for me, as Price will not outperform Jeremiah Love in total yardage. I believe Price will have more total touchdowns at the end of the year. All right, next one. The Athletics' Chad Graff believes the Patriots' backfield, quote, will be a 50-50 split this season between Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson. So, Pat, with that tidbit in tow, buying or BS? Ramondre Stevenson, who was going nearly 30 picks later in fantasy football drafts, best backfield tag team partner Travion Henderson in overall statistical output for New England this fall. What do you say? Are you buying, or is that BS?
Yeah, I'm buying it. I mean, you and I have been scratching our heads all offseason, all summer, at how Travion Henderson is so overrated comparative to his backfield running mate, Ramondre Stevenson. Again, I just go to how did last year finish? Who did the Patriots rely on? They relied on Ramondre Stevenson to the point where Travion Henderson in his rookie season got 3 carries for 5 yards in the conference championship game against the Denver Broncos. And Ramondre Stevenson was the guy leading the charge. The Patriots putting him on their backs, 25 carries for 71 yards. He also became a huge pass-catching threat at the end of the season to the revelation of me and a lot of others. So, yeah, 30 picks later to me is crazy. It could be a 50-50 split. And maybe they do end up with similar yardage in terms of rushing yards and receiving yards. Remember, Ramondre Stevenson missed a couple of games with an injury last year. So Travion Henderson did have 300 more rushing yards. He played every single game. Assuming they play the same amount of games, Ramondre is going to have right around the same amount of yardage, if not more. So I'm buying it. I'm not reaching for Travion Henderson when I think the veteran Ramondre Stevenson will be just as good. And saying those names, which it feels like they both have 7 syllables, is very difficult.
There's no doubt about it. They would tie up a kid in a spelling bee competition in a knots, I believe. There's a lot of letters certainly in those names. I'm with you, man. You and I are in lockstep hand in hand here. I'm certainly buying the Ramondre Stevenson. Rah, 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 rah. Will outperform Travion this year. The biggest issue for Henderson right now, and this has been well documented throughout training camp, his pass blocking has been atrocious. He's been like a matador, ole, 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 over and over again. He's going to get Drake May killed. We've seen what's been going on with Tyrone Tracy and with the New York Giants, and he's on the outside looking in. Could be on the cusp of getting cut come cut down day. Now, Travion Henderson's not going to get cut, but on top of that, with those pass blocking issues, Ramondre Stevenson was better than Travion Henderson in a couple of key areas and advanced metrics last year. You need proof of the pudding. Here it is. According to our friends at Sumer Sports, Ramondre was number 8 in yak per attempt last season. Travion number 22. Ramondre had a 20.8% missed tackle rate last season, and Travion was just 16.1% in that category. I think it will be close to a full-blown 50-50, but by midseason, it could be 55-45. 60-40 in favor of Stevenson. He's a more trustworthy and reliable back if he holds on to the rock. He's had some bumbling issues in the past, but again, I can't get past the pass blocking shortcomings of Travion Henderson. All right, last one. The Houston Chronicles, Jonathan M. Alexander believes the rushing workloads for Texans running back David Montgomery, mandatory Montgomery, you jackals, and running back Woody Marks, quotes, might not be 50-50, but it will be close, end quote. All right, knowing that one, buying or BS, Pat, Woody Marks secures at least 45% of the team's opportunity share, preventing David Montgomery from reaching at least 1,000 total yards and 7 or more touchdowns. Pat, are you buying or is that BS?
I think it's BS. I think the Texans brought David Montgomery in here for a reason, and that is to finally be the bell cow running back that Joe Mixon used to be and then suffered that mysterious foot injury that, I mean, who knows if he's ever going to step on an NFL field again. You know, again, David Montgomery, for as much as he's played second fiddle to Jahmyr Gibbs over the last couple of years, last year 716 rushing yards and 8 touchdowns. And if you said 1,000 total yards. So last year, 900 total yards and 8 touchdowns. And the year before that, almost 1,100 or over 1,100 total yards and 12 rushing touchdowns. Now that he's going to be the leader, even if it is somewhat close, he's getting more carries and more touches than he did in Detroit. And I know the Houston offensive line isn't as good as Detroit's, but I think David Montgomery is still a really solid running back. So I think he's getting 1,000 total yards, and I think he's getting at least 7 touchdowns. So I think that's BS. I don't think Woody Marks is going to have as much of an opportunity in that running back room as some people think.
This is a giant pile of elephant dung. That's how big of a pile of BS this is. This is utterly preposterous, and there are people right now in fantasy football drafts that are buying into Woody Marks hook, line, and sinker. At best, he's going to get just 40% of the opportunity share. Dave Montgomery's going to dominate the red zone and goal line work. He is a break tackle machine, and this is contradictory. Some of the reports are coming out earlier this summer that Mandatory may have a decent or growing role as a pass catcher. He's been more than suitable in that area. So given his, possible ramped up role, given the fact that he gets those tough yards between the tackles, Dave Montgomery's definitely going to have at least 7 or more touchdowns. And Dave Montgomery's got to have at least 1,000 plus total yards. Mandatory Montgomery, jackals, far and away better than the pedestrian Woody Marks. And congrats to you, Pat. Jackson Churio already with a hit. Let's freaking go.
Not only does Jackson Churio have a hit, Bobby Witt Jr. got a single in his first at bat as well. So we're off to a great start. All right, we got to take a short break. And Shane Buechele starting for the Bills tonight, by the way, not Kyle Allen. So I don't know if that says anything, but the Bills got a field goal in their opening drive. and now it's Will Howard in for the Steelers, and he just got annihilated on the first play from scrimmage, holding on to the ball too long. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll keep you posted on the Bills and the Steelers, but also we'll talk some G-Men with Bobby Skinner. That's coming up next here on BetMGM tonight. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is Westwood One Sports.
It can seem like a square peg in a round hole. He is a 5'10" quarterback who is just a tornado. He's using every contour of the football field to make plays when he's at his best. And then Kevin O'Connell is West Coast offense. We are going to insert this information into your quarterback brain. You will know exactly where to go with the football with all your reads. Here's what you're looking at, make the play. It seems like it wouldn't work. I think it's going to work for the reasons you just laid out. All of the weaponry, and it's night and day from what he had in Arizona. We can get into that too. And the coaching is top notch. They've got the defense. But what really fascinates me is here's somebody who is arguably the greatest high school football player in Texas history. 3 state titles, never lost a game. Heisman Trophy winner, #1 pick. Chase Edmonds, one of his best friends, former Cardinals running back, put it this way. This is the first time that Kyler Murray has ever faced adversity. He is knocked down to the canvas really for the first time. This is it. If it doesn't work out for Kyler Murray in this situation, he's not going to be a starter the next year. It's got to work out. He has every incentive for it to work out. If he balls out, he can get a contract in the 40s or $50 million per year. So Kevin O'Connell's job is on the line. Potentially, you could say he's got to win a playoff game. I think he's one of the best offensive coaches, but there is a new GM there. He's feeling some pressure. Kyler Murray's feeling some pressure. And the best way that they can make this work, according to those former coaches with Arizona, is when it comes to Kyler, you have to be aggressive. You have to be in his face. You have to say, look, throw him the mother bleeping ball. He wants that. He wants the hard coaching. Like that, he is that kind of competitor. He wants to be on that Mamba frequency where you guys are clashing, you guys are butting heads, you're barking, you're biting, and you figure stuff out. So that's going to be the Vikings' challenge, is how to push Kyler Murray in ways that he needs to be pushed. Because if he is, I think you're going to see a very special quarterback in 2026.
Thomas Castellanos is coming back to Texas Tech, who's been looking for another arm for a while. Castellanos, you may remember, went undrafted, didn't withdraw from the draft, went undrafted, and then showed up to Dolphins OTAs for a tryout. This apparently is okay. Why? I'm not sure. Maybe we'll get news today that it's not okay because the Big 12, one of the 3 conferences so far that has enacted new rules that will levy discipline against teams that bring players back for their 5th year for any amount of college eligibility after they've been in a pro training camp or shown up in an NFL preseason game. One of the qualifications in this rule, as it's been written across the SEC, Big 10, and Big 12, and I'm sure ACC very shortly will add their name to the list of conferences enacting such a rule, is that if you declared for a professional sports league draft or supplemental draft and failed to withdraw in time, Tommy Castellanos did not withdraw from the draft. He just went undrafted. And then again, showed up to Dolphins OTAs for a tryout. Did he sign a contract? No. Is that the delineation now? I don't know. Is it maybe because it's Texas Tech and not Lane Kiffin and LSU? church lady reference for those of you that go back to the 80s. Maybe that's the problem. Lane Kiffin's not involved in this, so we don't have to hate it. I don't know. College football tastemakers, you tell me. Where is my selective outrage supposed to go now? This is why this whole thing has been overblown from the very beginning.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We got a muffed punt in that Bills-Steelers game. Bills go down, kick a field goal. Will Howard gets sacked, leads to a 3-and-out. And, man, I believe it was Ray Davis, too, who has been he's like their backup running back. He's been pretty reliable for them. He muffs the punt, and the Steelers on the next play, a little screen pass to Jeremy Bernard, runs it in for a 13-yard touchdown. So 7-3 Steelers in the one preseason game going on right now. We've got Raiders-Niners coming up at the top of the hour, and we're expecting to see Mendoza. And then we also have Browns-Patriots with I think Tommy DeVito probably the headliner of that game because there is nobody playing in that one. Speaking of Tommy DeVito, former New York Giant, let's talk some Big Blue, shall we? We go to the guest line and bring in Bobby Skinner, Giants Nation podcast, the president of GNS Media Corp, and he was on NBC Sports Night with Bruce Beck, so a little New York City TV pub for Bobby Skinner the other day. He joins us now on BetMGM Tonight. Brad Evans, Pat Boyle. Bobby, good to see you again, brother. What's going on, man?
What's going on? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Let's get right into it here. We are a couple of days away from the preseason finale for the G-Men, but what are your overall thoughts on how preseason has gone so far, and how does it affect, if at all, what you're expecting from Big Blue here in 2026?
It hasn't affected too much because they haven't played. They've had their final preseason game. I'm expecting the starters to play a little bit, but you really only saw 2 drives from the starters, and even within that, their best 8 players or whatever, the Andrew Thomas, Brian Burns, Javon Holmes, they sat those guys. So I expect to see those guys play a little bit. I don't think they want to go the entire preseason without some of those guys playing. So it hasn't. I will say, where it's changed the most is probably the secondary, where it's like, I don't know who's going to play, if any of those guys are good. Deontay Banks has actually had a good training camp, but it's hard for me to buy back into that after 3 years of bad football. Not even just bad football, but awful football the last 2 years. Paulson Adebo, their big money free agent from last year, he's lost his spot, but now he's starting to gain some traction back. And then you have the rookie Colton Hood. So that group, I don't know what to expect out of it, besides the fact that no one would see the depth chart unfolding the way it did.
Yeah. All right. So can I get an official prediction from you, Bobby, on the Giants' record this season? What are you expecting from Big Blue?
It's hard for me to predict wins with the run defense being such a question. I mean, the defensive tackle group is a mess. That secondary I just mentioned, I don't have any faith in it. But I do think the offense is going to be pretty good and has a good floor with the offensive line. Play what it is, Jackson Dart's ability to play make, and the fact that they actually brought in wide receiver depth, and we'll get back Malik Neighbors. I just don't have them winning a ton of games. I have them at 7-10. I almost feel like that's like optimistic. When they won 4 games last year. I think what John Harbaugh brings isn't like that immediate coordinator boost, but more so of like building a foundation for the Giants. But I just worry that secondary and run game on the defensive side is just going to hamper them. And then they're just like, they're a couple injuries away from, other areas being a mess. But I think the offense is going to be pretty good, but I think the defense is going to stop them from actually winning games.
That's right, Pat. Baby steps, my friend. Baby steps with your
screw
G-Man.
baby
Bobby,
steps. I'm ready for 10 wins.
I know.
Me too. Hey, Chris Mara said it on the radio the other day. Like, the expectation is to win. The Giants need to start holding themselves to higher standards. So the expectation should be the win. But for me, watching it, I just don't see how that defense gets through this year unless that pass rush, which I do believe in, really, really takes over for them.
Well, let's talk the offensive side of the ball, Bobby. Cam Scatterbo hasn't made a whole lot of new friends this summer during training camp and team practices. John Harbaugh said yesterday Scat is, quote, infectious, end quote, in good and bad ways. The running back has irked defensive teammates by being too aggressive and too contact-heavy in practice. What's the estimated temperature on him behind the scenes? Also, with Tyrone Tracy in the doghouse, do you think Najee Harris, who they just signed off the street, starts at least a couple of games this season? Break down the running back room for us.
Well, I hope Cam Scatterbo is annoying some of the defensive teammates. Like, the act, the quote unquote act that's being tired, that act is playing his ass off and running through people. And that act helped beat the Eagles last year. And, one of the Giants' only good moment of the year for the most part. They won 4 games. That game felt like they won the Super Bowl. That was a big part of Cam Scatterbo. Whose act isn't getting tired of is the quarterback, Jackson Dart, who also the Giants are putting their hope into. So, yeah, I would hope my running back is starting to annoy people with the way that he plays physically. And I side with him over defenders who are getting annoyed. But it's also the end of training camp. You've been hitting each other for 6 straight weeks. When he woos every time he comes on the field, I'm sure some people roll their eyes on it, but I don't think it's something to buy into. Can't get penalties. And that's what Harbaugh was referencing, was the infectious thing, was like he got a penalty for talking trash. Tracy, I don't know where things stand with him. He's the only guy who's got some speed in that room, and you don't want to go into this year with no speed. But he blows a block that John Harbaugh was not happy about and got Jackson Dart smacked. He fumbled a ball untouched in the second preseason. And it's just been a disastrous moment for him. I think moving on from him would be short-sighted. But Najee Harris is going to play. Like, I don't think they brought in Najee Harris just to see what he is. I think they actually brought him in here to play. He's the only guy with size in that room. So I do believe Najee Harris is going to play. Scatterbo's their running back one, though, and I don't see them moving off of that this year, at least.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's just all a matter of him hopefully not trying to run through brick walls, literal brick walls with his head first, that being Cam Scatterbo. Bobby, let's get some positive vibes here also on the offensive side of things. Malik Neighbors shed his non-contact jersey earlier this week. Throughout the month, videos of the surgically repaired wide receiver have reflected nothing but positivity. Do you feel he's going to be at or near 100% and active for the opener against the rival Dallas Cowboys? And what kind of year are you anticipating for Neighbors? I'll just set it up this way. Over or under 999.5 receiving yards. By the way, it's minus 110 right now at BetMGM. What would you say?
Well, that was the exact over-under we did on our show, and I went over. Like, he doesn't need to be at 100% to hit that number. He hit 1,200 yards while missing time as a rookie. And with, extremely unstable quarterback play. He is that number one option in the offense. He is that easy button. Even if he's not his same self, he's going to get those targets and be that number one guy. So he will be ready for week 1, unless there's some major setback. They've been ramping towards that this entire training camp, and he's looked good. Like, forget, like his participation in practice. He hasn't missed practices. I think he missed 1 practice the first week. Like, they've had him involved in every single day, which is more than he was last year. So Malik Neighbors will be the number one wide receiver, which we didn't see that at all with Jackson Dart last year. I mean, we saw literally 1 quarter of him with Malik Neighbors against the Chargers before he left with injury. So he will be that number one wide receiver. And what I think is good for the Giants is it kind of puts everyone else down a pecking order in the target share. Isaiah Likely. Isaiah Likely has been the clear number one option for the Giants. If you're looking for anyone but Neighbors to draft in your fantasy leagues, draft Isaiah Likely. He's been done. But with Malik Neighbors back, now he gives him a number 2 option instead of being, a number 1, which is a better role for him. And then your younger guys like Malachi Fields or, your vets like Slayton and Mooney. Now there's not a pressure on those guys to get a ton of targets, but just to make the most of the targets that they do get. So Malik Neighbors being back is great because he's a great player, but also allows Isaiah Likely to fit into a nice number 2 role.
Talking to Bobby Skinner here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and Bobby is the founder of the Giants Nation podcast. Make sure you check it out wherever you get your podcasts. Bobby, is there a chance Odell Beckham Jr. makes this team? And even better, is there a chance Odell Beckham Jr. makes this team and Tyrone Tracy doesn't? To go back to the conversation we were having about Najee Harris, like, is that a remote possibility?
I mean, it might be remote, and you always look for surprises. And I could see Harbaugh sending a message of like, "Hey, you've had a disastrous preseason. We're moving on." I don't see that happening. Odell, I would have told you 2 days ago, he's not making the roster. The numbers don't work for him. Nobody's gotten injured. Calvin Austin, their starting slot wide receivers, tore his ACL earlier in the week. I think that opens up the spot for Odell to be on the roster, which has been the conversation of all of training camp. I think the bigger conversation is, will he play for the Giants? Because I don't see him being happy sitting on the bench. He's had a decent preseason, but I do think he makes the roster now that Calvin Austin doesn't get it. It's just, you know how it goes, guys. Like, people aren't going to be happy with Odell just being on the team. Like, anytime a receiver has any type of bad play, there's going to be calls from everybody to put Odell in the game.
Yeah, no question about it. Bobby already touched on this. I was digging a little bit deeper on Isaiah Likely because you brought up the magical word, and that being fantasy, which is the name of thy game. Discounted-minded, fantasy managers are over the moon about Isaiah Likely's prospects, including yours truly. I've compared him to a plus-size version of Wan'Dale Robinson in this offense, a guy that's capable of maybe catching 70 or more balls. Am I way off on that description of Isaiah Likely? What kind of line do you see him posting this season, assuming 17 games? And I think you've already hinted this. Is he truly on the brink of a breakout?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he was the clear number one of training camp without Malik Neighbors out there, right? And even in the preseason game, Dart completed 3 passes. 2 of them were Isaiah Likely. So he's going to get a lot of opportunity. I mean, he's their biggest free agent. Like, they didn't bring him in here for anything. But even I just referenced Calvin Austin. Like, we talk about who will replace him. I think it's just going to be more Isaiah Likely, right? We know he's going to play the slot a lot as like that big slot. So Calvin Austin, like Isaiah Likely was going to play a ton and get a bunch of targets anyways. I think that even increased over the last week with the Calvin Austin injury. We created our own over-unders. I put his at 650. Usually I'm actually pretty realistic. I went over on that. I think he's the clear number 2 target in this offense, like clear and away. I don't see anybody else being that other than Isaiah Likely. Does that mean great things for the Giants? I don't know, but it does mean great things for people that, draft him in fantasy in this upcoming week.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh, hell yeah. We're talking to Bobby Skinner of Giants Nation podcast here on BetMGM tonight. All things Giants. Bobby, how have the 2 first-round draft pick rookies looked? What do you expect from them this year? Alrell Reese commanding the linebacking core, and Maui Noah slotting in at starting right guard. What have you seen from those 2 guys so far in camp and preseason?
Reese is one of those guys, when you see him in person, you're like, okay, I get it. I mean, he's just 6'4", chiseled. He runs like a freak. And you saw in the preseason games, his hands just pop, guys, right? I think he's had 2 times where he's met a fullback in the hole in preseason games, and both times the fullback has landed on their ass. So he brings that pop. So, and I think the Giants are putting him in a spot with Jermaine Edmonds there where it's like, hey, just go, right? We don't want you overthinking this. Just go. Francis Maui Noah missed a second preseason game dealing with a stinger. I think he's going to be solid, but I think he'll have some rough patches, as most rookie offensive linemen do. But I think in the run game is where he's going to be that real improvement for the Giants. But Arvell Reese, who I was more skeptical of more skeptical than him than most people with the draft, but he's looked the part, and he's just a freak out there. And the way he puts hands on guys, he's just like, all right, this is natural for him. And the Giants are going to let him just run and go. And that's where I think you get the best version of him.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was losing my mind on draft night when they had 2 opportunities to draft Caleb Downs and didn't do it. So I'm hoping that, again, he doesn't make a big play on opening night and for years to come when the Giants play the Cowboys. But either way, Bobby, one last thing here. What's the biggest thing you're hoping John Harbaugh brings to the team this year? For all the experience he has, the Ravens smoked more double-digit second-half leads than anybody else over the last 5 years. So, and that also happened to be a massive issue for the Giants last year. So obviously you hope they can protect leads, But what is the other biggest thing you're hoping Harbaugh brings to this roster?
I talked about it before, a standard, where the Giants have looked to make excuses over and over again of why this thing is bad, but it's really because of this, or let's fix this one thing. Where I think Harbaugh has come in and can give a sober look at how the Giants operate. And that goes from top down, not just, the 53 guys on the roster, but the people in the front office, is having a standard and not, explaining away 4-win seasons and 3-win seasons. So I think building out a standard, guys have been practicing. They practice harder than ever, but Giants players have missed less practice this year because they understand if I miss practice, I might lose playing time. So I think it's that. Like I said, from top to bottom, the Giants, one of their biggest issues is lack of standards. And number 2 is not being able to self-scout themselves. And I think John Harbaugh brings that. I don't think you make it for 18 years, have 2 losing seasons, or in the playoffs over half of those times, win a Super Bowl without having having a standard and being able to look at yourself honestly.
Awesome. Bobby, great stuff as always, brother. And you deserve all the credit in the world, man, because you basically had to start fresh with a new podcast, and you've built it into something really special. And everybody, thousands, hundreds of thousands are starting to take notice, and keep crushing it, dude. We can't wait to have you on soon to talk more Giants football.
Build it right. Appreciate you.
See you, Bobby.
There you go. Bobby Skinner. Make sure you check out his podcast, Giants Nation, wherever you get your podcasts. Follow him on Twitter as well, at @BobbySkinner_. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll get you some preseason football updates. The Steelers have scored not 1, but 2 touchdowns, although Will Howard hasn't had to do a whole lot. I've been watching. So don't come at me, box score watchers, thinking, oh, Will Howard. 310-840-4910. And we'll hopefully have an official diagnosis, if you will, or an official report on the playing time expected for Fernando Mendoza tonight. We'll get you caught up on the other NFL news around the league when we return. 310-840-4910. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The big dumper has been a big disappointment. Cal Raleigh, 60 home runs last year. So far this year, he has 59 hits. 59 hits. I stopped checking the batting average to see if he could get it above 200, because I don't think it's going to happen this year. Now, he's 7 for his last 20. With 5 home runs in the mix, including that 3-homer game against the Phillies on Monday. But in my opinion, far too little, far too late from Cal Raleigh, who we were talking about MVP last year. The Mariners, all the way to the ALCS, they finally had the offense to go with the pitching. And yes, again, like many of these teams associated with the disappointing players we're talking about, the problems are many in Seattle. They've gone to this 6-man rotation. It's been pretty inconsistent. At least the names that you would expect to be more consistent have been more inconsistent than not. Kirby and Miller atop that list. Miller now hurt. Who knows when he makes his next start. But offensively, they were supposed to have finally figured it out. And Cal Raleigh is hitting 167. Again, 59 hits. 59 hits in over 400 plate appearances when he hit 60 homers last year. So Cal Raleigh, number 1 in my power rankings of the biggest disappointments.
And Stribling, I knew about, but I didn't know his catch radius is what it is. 10-inch hands. I know it's preseason, so I'll slow down. But when you just sit back and watch this guy, he just has something about him to where he is not the bright lights don't seem to phase him. And I feel like he's Kawhi Leonard with those hands and the balls that are coming his way. Now, he dropped an easy touchdown last week, but he got 11 catches in 2 preseason games. So he's been Spider-Man on everything that's coming his way. But to answer your question right now, I'd give him the stamp of approval of, man, this dude's got 4.3 speed and the ability to hang on the ball when Brock Purdy's throwing it to him or Mac Jones. So my question right now, or my answer to your question would be, hell yeah, he looks like he could be electric. But then we got to see what happens when it's real time and real action. And it's kind of funny. A reporter asked Kyle at his presser yesterday about Stribling, and basically to get Kyle excited about Stribling and what he's seen. And Kyle basically, and I don't know if it was, Stribling just being a rookie, was kind of, yeah, it's been okay. But we'll see when it's regular season. And we were having some fun with it. Like, he doesn't sound impressed, or that's just a ball coach not going to hype up his rookie until it's real action. But we're excited out here about him.
Yeah, I think just waiting for October to get here. It seems like they do this, year after year. Just they kind of get bored. They're not trying to set records for postseason wins or anything like that. Probably going to, win less than 100 games, but still win the division by a comfortable margin. So, but yeah, every single year they just kind of, let up on the gas pedal and cruise in October, and then as long as they're healthy and fresh, and usually those guys are fresh because no one's worn out, no one's been pushed to limits, or no one's going to be exhausted come when October rolls around.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to our guy Bobby Skinner joining us last segment from Giants Nation Pod, talking all things Big Blue ahead of a very exciting 2026 season. Bobby, at first, 7 wins? Come on. Let some clips on. Get fired up. I think 10 wins. And then Bobby did say, Chris Mara said that he feels like 10 wins is possible. So let's go. You don't bring in John Harbaugh for nothing. Jackson Dart healthy. Malik Neighbors healthy. Cam Scatterbo healthy. My expectations are through the roof for Big Blue this year. Anyway, are you looking for bigger potential payouts? Use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. Here's how it works. Opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, and apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports. If your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it. Boost it. BetMGM it. All righty. Steelers up 14-3 on the Bills, and Buffalo playing some sloppy football. They muffed a punt after their opening drive led to a field goal with Shane Buechele under center, and that gave the Steelers possession inside the 10. One play later, inside the 15. One play later, Will Howard, a little screen out to the sideline, goes for a 13-yard touchdown to Jeremy Bernard. Then the Bills basically go backwards like 15 yards, and then Mitch Wishnowsky shanks the punt, so the Steelers started near the red zone again, and Will Howard then just dumps off a little screen for a 5-yard touchdown catch to Lake McCree. So Will Howard in the box score looks phenomenal. 4 of 6, 38 yards and 2 touchdowns. But both of his touchdown passes traveled a total of like 1 yard in the air. So 14-3 Steelers. And I hope they've got the ball right now, Pittsburgh, at their own 20. So I want to see something of substance from Will Howard, not just screen passes, which he just threw another one of. And that got blown up. So either way, there's that. And then, Brad, what was the news? What's the reporting on Fernando Mendoza? There is no official who's going to start, who's going to play, how long. But it looks like Mendoza is going to start this game for the Raiders again, right?
Well, I mean, there's indications that he is going to see some action. So take this with the maybe entire mind of salt. This has come from Jesse Merrick from Silver and Black Sports Net. This was posted about 22 minutes ago on Twitter. And he said, Trey Zune working with Fernando Mendoza as a second-team center in warm-ups. He's been a right tackle in all the games. Do we see him work at center tonight? But he's got film, so he's focused on the offensive line battle, but there's film of Mendoza taking those snaps in warm-ups in full dress and full uniform. So, I mean, you could jump to conclusions. I mean, you're not even jumping. It's barely a hop, a bunny hop. We're going to see Fernando Mendoza. I feel pretty confident about this in some way, shape, or form tonight. How long he's going to play is anyone's best guess, but I think he's going to get one more chance to prove to the fans in the stands, the black hole, to prove to the coaching staff, hey, you got to be starting me earlier this season than what he accounted for.
Yeah, good point. 310-840-4910. By the way, Will Howard did make a good throw. Third down, they've sent a corner blitz off the edge. He had to get rid of it quickly, delivered a strike over the middle for a first down on 3rd and long. And then on the next play, again, took too long, got his hand hit as he threw it. So Will Howard probably going to get the rest of this second quarter before we see Drew Aller for the Steelers. All right, we've got some other news to get to here, Brad, around the NFL. And as it pertains to the Rams, very busy tight end room. The Athletic's Nate Atkins reporting that the Rams are expanding tight end Terrence Ferguson's route tree and committing to those 3 tight end sets. Sean McVay, the innovator, the genius that he is. And I say that like only very slightly joking because, I mean, again, you know Sean McVay, you're going to get a head coaching job at one point in the NFL. And the 13 personnel, which is starting to be a big factor across the league, that's one running back, 3 tight ends, is starting to take off here. Colby Parkinson, Tyler Higbee, Terrence Ferguson. We know that they can all play a role for the Rams, and it looks like they're going to go with some jumbo packages this year. If you have 1 running back and 3 tight ends, that means that you probably only have 1 receiver on the field. So we know that's Puka Nacua, with Devontae Adams being more of a red zone threat. But Brad, as it pertains to the Rams and this tight end room, what do you take away from that reporting?
If you're looking for a breakout star, possibly the making for the LA Rams and for your fantasy football rosters, don't forget about Terrence Ferguson and the Beer Fuzzy hours of your fantasy draft this weekend. His average draft position right now, right around pick number 170. There seems to be a lot of smoke emerging from this fire. And you mentioned the 13 personnel packages. The Rams really featured that heavily late in the season. In the playoffs, it was over a third of the snaps played. So that could actually crank up maybe as high as like 36%, 37% this year. So Ferguson is essentially going to be like the third, featured receiving option. And keep in mind too, Devontae Adams, I know he's been uncoverable so far in training camp and these joint practices, but he's very much on the wrong side of 30. Eventually Father Time's going to catch up to him because Father Time's undefeated. You never know. Maybe he tails off some point this season. Puka Nacua, is he going to be able to stave off suspension this year and be able to stay healthy? He's been dealing with a groin injury, on and off throughout training camp. So, with Matthew Stafford there, the coaching genius, the brilliance of Sean McVay and a lot of the schematics that he features, Terrence Ferguson could be that surprise sensation in the City of Angels, and you're getting him for nothing right now in fantasy. I've been gobbling them up and yum, in the late rounds of all my drafts throughout the summer. Listen to the drum beat. Read the tea leaves. There is a pathway to a superb year for Ferguson.
All right, let's sneak in one more piece of news here, and then we're going to get to a phone call in just a minute at 310-840-4910. Colts wide receiver Alec Pierce finally taken off the PUP list with that offseason ankle surgery that he had. Brad, are you confident Alec Pierce starts week 1? And what do you think? How many games will he suit up this season? They gave him that big contract in the offseason, traded Michael Pittman away to the Steelers. We know Alec Pierce was the home run threat a year ago, but can he replicate that season from last year where he had 1,000 yards and 6 touchdowns? I don't think Daniel Jones is going to be as good as he was in the beginning of the season, so I don't think Alec Pierce is going to be as good as he was on top of the offseason ankle surgery. I'm not expecting a big year from him.
Well, I'm not either, but he looked really good in practice today. I mean, he was moving, he was springy, he's spry, looked like there were no restrictions or limitations whatsoever. So very encouraging sign. I mean, at this rate, knowing there's a few days to start the regular season, I think he will suit up. I don't think he is going to be suppressed in terms of snap count on that Colts opening week matchup against the Baltimore Ravens. Is he going to play all 17 games? I highly doubt it. But he is one of the biggest big play receivers in the entire of the NFL. A guy that averaged 20 yards per catch last year. That was top 3 in the league. So don't sleep too hard on Alec Pierce.
All right, very good. 310-840-4910. Let's get to the phones. Tony in Alabama is next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Tony? How you doing?
Yo, what's going on? I know you said last time I was on, I'm a fan of the Green Bay Packers. So I want to talk about Josh Jacobs. Like, I just figured out this news, funny enough, on your guys' show and looked it up. I was sad. Like, that sickened me. Like, I feel like any dude who hits a woman, you're disgusting. You're absolutely disgusting. And allegations against him, it's not good. But I hope he is suspended, even though I'm a Green Bay Packers fan. I hope he's suspended. I think we have enough stuff around him where the Green Bay Packers still do well even if he is suspended. Because like that, you just can't let that fly. As an organization, letting him not go and not get suspended, it doesn't look good. I don't think it'd be good for the organization. Like, it doesn't make the Green Bay Packers look good at all.
Yeah, Tony, appreciate the call, man. Absolutely. Spot on. And I think that's a dilemma that unfortunately too many fan bases have found themselves in over the last, the eternity of the NFL, but for the last decade plus, where social media and things are more accessible and news is more accessible than ever, is having a player or players on your team that have proven they're not really great upstanding citizens, especially in the domestic violence department. And then it's having how can you separate that from also still trying to root for the team? And if that player does return again, Brad, you and I are not expecting Josh Jacobs to have a long suspension unless we get some video evidence that proves otherwise. And so at some point he will be on the field this year for the Packers. And how do you separate as a fan rooting for your team? And also, when that player gets the ball, you want the team to do well, but it's kind of tough to root for Josh Jacobs. I mean, let's be honest about it, right? So that's tough to separate that.
Yeah, it really is. Again, what I said earlier in the show, there's going to be a dark cloud hanging over northern Wisconsin this year. I mean, that's real, folks. It's a metaphorical one, but it's one that hits home for a lot of individuals. I mean, this is just disturbing. Again, we haven't seen the video that's going to do and go through the due process. We're going to see what the final verdict is of Josh Jacobs. Again, I'm on record. My belief here, this thing is going to drag. They always drag. He's probably going to play most of the season. Probably won't even have a suspension levied against him until Q1 of next year. Now, maybe that impacts his playoff availability if the Packers were to make it. But again, it's just a broken record. We see it time and time again. The NFL has got to make a resounding statement in incidents like these.
310-840-4910, the phone number to join the show. When we come back, though, we're going to talk some college football with an old pal. He was with us every week last year on the show, and we expect to see a lot of them again. Joe DeLeon joins us next to talk some college ball. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
This is
I think this stacks up nicely for Minnesota. This is a decent starting five. I don't know if it's the kind of starting five that can compete for a Western Conference title against San Antonio and OKC, but Anthony Edwards, LaMelo Ball, Jaden McDaniels, Rudy Gobert, and now Jonathan Kuminga. He's not Naz Reid defensively, but I think if I'm the T-Wolves, I'll take that. That was the one hole on your roster that you had to shore up. You had to slap the old flex tape on the side of the boat before the season started, and they took care of it. Again, I don't think it gets them up there in the rarefied air of San Antonio and OKC, but if you want to be right there on that next level with the Nuggets, and maybe if Luka's healthy and having a good year, the Lakers, you're solidly there. You're solidly there with Denver on that second tier behind OKC and San Antonio.
And I should say Joe Brady is calling plays he knows won't work against the plays that Jim Leonard, the DC, is calling, just to see how Josh Allen can handle it. So there's that, but I think it's bigger than that. I think that, look, there's no more important relationship in sports than the one between the head coach and the quarterback. Josh Allen is 30. Joe Brady is 36. They can relate to each other as fathers. They can relate to each other in every possible way off the field. And really, it wasn't a good relationship. It wasn't a great relationship, I should say, between Allen and McDermott. It wasn't like toxic. They weren't at each other's throats. This isn't something that you were going to see, Skip and Stephen A. and all the talking heads lose their minds about, because Josh Allen is he's a good team player. He's the son of a farmer. He's going to do what he's told. He's not going to ball up a fist and demand this and demand that. But it's got to be a special dynamic relationship if you're going to get to a Super Bowl and win it. Josh Allen and Sean McDermott was never that. I think Josh Allen and Joe Brady has the potential to be that. They've really evolved and grown together.
Game Night Huddle, while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Thursday night shindig kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You got plenty of different ways to listen to the show. The Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. The Steelers lead the Bills 14-10. Will Howard threw a terrible interception that the Bills promptly marched it in for a touchdown. Plus, we've got 2 other preseason games kicking off in a matter of minutes. The Browns and the Patriots, with Tommy DeVito probably starting for New England and Dylan Gabriel starting for the Browns. And then Raiders, Niners. And we'll see. We did not get confirmation one way or another, but we're expecting to see Fernando Mendoza. We're hoping Fernando Mendoza will start this game for the Las Vegas Raiders. So we'll keep you posted on all the 3 preseason games that are about to be in action. But we are less than 48 hours away. We're only 40 hours away from the return of college football. No offense to the D1AA or the D2 or the FCS divisions, but the big boys kick us off on Saturday. And to talk all things college football for this weekend and the entire season, we bring in our old pal, Joe DeLeon, host of the Ruffino and Joe Show on 24/7 Sports. He's also a college football and NFL draft analyst for A to Z Sports. Oh, Joe, it has been so long, brother. It has been a long summer, but man, it is good to see you here again on our show. How the hell are you?
Oh, man, I couldn't be better. I've got UT Martin versus Central Arkansas on in front of me. I couldn't be in a better mood. Hey, this game's 6-7. They missed an extra point, but this game's tight. There's a lot of action going on around the country today and also this weekend.
You are a sicko, man. You are, but I guess I'm a sicko too. I'm watching Shane Buechele versus Will Howard, and I'm living and dying on every snap because I've got big stock in Drew Aller. I think he's the quarterback of the future for Pittsburgh, and I think they should honestly elevate him to the backup quarterback ahead of Mason Rudolph. That's how high I am on the former Penn State Nittany Lion. But, Joe, speaking of being high on stuff, we got to start with our Irish brother because holy smokes. C.J. Carr, Heisman favorite, Notre Dame co-favorites with Ohio State to win the title. It feels good to be this respected. It also gives me some fear, Joe. This is a spot Notre Dame hasn't been in since 2006 with Brady Quinn and Jeff Samardzija. Now, the last few years, Marshall and Northern Illinois have improbably claimed wins off of ND. Does anybody, and that includes Miami in a rematch, this time in South Bend, does anybody beat the Irish in the regular season this year, Joe? Because I'm ready for 12-0. I'm ready for a C.J. Carr Heisman, and I'm ready for a natty. Knock me down a peg, please. I've never had higher expectations for Notre Dame.
So you set the stage perfectly here by bringing up 2006, and those are some of my earliest memories as a Notre Dame fan. And all I could remember, that was just my beginning of my exposure to being let down as a Notre Dame fan, and the yearly moments of my dad yelling at the TV and then refusing to watch the ends of games. Since then, we haven't had much, and I kind of worry that just like 2006, that there are too many people supporting Notre Dame. There's way too much support. There's too many people that are picking them to win brackets. The odds are heavily in their favor. CJ Carr, as you mentioned, at the top of the Heisman odds. I think it's all absolutely possible. That's the key takeaway here. I have not committed to Notre Dame winning the title. I did not have them winning it in my bracket, almost as some sort of emotional hedge. But the key thing is that it's as possible as it's ever been, even more possible than the year that they reached the national championship 2 seasons ago against Ohio State. And the big reason why this team is so good is because they have all of that talent that was freshmen and sophomores. Now they're juniors and seniors. But to answer your question on who knocks them off during the regular season, they would need a catastrophic performance against one of these teams in my eyes. That includes BYU. That includes SMU. There is a pretty big separation gap between this Notre Dame roster and those teams. I have Notre Dame beating Miami during the regular season at home simply for the fact that I think Notre Dame has an advantage with the weather. This game being played in November. As many Miami fans that keep trying to tell me that they think that they'll be fine in the cold. I've got people from Florida telling me that they don't want to go to the game to watch it because it could potentially be really freaking cold in South Bend. But I think that in a tight game with the margins being very thin, I'm going to go with the home team in that circumstance. Notre Dame can run the table during the regular season. We'll find out if they can win a national title.
Joe, you know what's going to happen. It's going to be like unseasonably warm conditions in November. It'll be like 65, and
Right.
Miami's going to be A-okay. But, hey, never know, man. Joe, let's talk a little Big Ten football. I didn't get dressed up for nothing. Obviously, we're in the ILL. I'm not talking about Illinois, though. Ohio State and Oregon are the presumed front runners in the Big Ten Conference this season. That's obvious. Let's talk about the unobvious. Among the other conference reps, give us a team or three you believe exceeds expectations. And if you say Illinois, the first dozen rounds are on me.
Sadly, I don't really know what to expect from Illinois this year with so much new coming in for this team, especially at quarterback. But for me, teams that I think could maybe surprise people in the Big Ten, I'm really, really intrigued by USC. I think that this USC team is not getting the necessary respect, which sounds crazy for a guy wearing a Notre Dame hat right now. This team has so much talent along both lines of scrimmage, the most talent that they've had under Lincoln Riley. Elijah Page at left tackle, I think, is going to be a first-round pick. They've also got other plus starters at every other position. Even though they lost their starting center, they have a salvageable group that I think is going to be one of the best in the Big Ten. They're deep along their defensive line. That's the big talk coming out of camp, is that it's shocking how many different bodies that they can turn to. Even though Jakeem Stewart's down with an injury, there's just so many different players that I think are going to impact games for them along that defensive line. And it all comes down to, though, the fact they brought back Jane Maiava, who was the most efficient quarterback in the country last year, who's number one in EPA per dropback. I think that Lincoln Riley is going to get a ton out of this offense. They're going to be able to maul people up front, which feels really weird to say that for a Lincoln Riley team, but they're as prepared as ever to win 10 games and to get to the college football playoff.
Joe, I love it when you talk EPA data to me. That's just downright dirty. Tremendous stuff, my friend. Joe, be the deciding vote. Last night, Pat and I expressed different opinions on who wins the SEC. I'm team UGA, and he's team UT. So who gets your vote? Georgia, Texas, or here's the curveball, the field?
Yeah, I'm not going with the field because I just think that there's a lot that can happen for some of these other floating teams. I like Oklahoma as a possible option, but Ole Miss has a lot to prove with their portal additions. LSU has a completely revamped roster, and who knows what Kiffin's going to do in this first year. Alabama's got a lot new coming in offensively as well. But for me, I go with Texas. I like Georgia. I think that Georgia has another loaded roster, and some of the issues that they had last year with their pass rush could be resolved quickly because a lot of the young dudes who stepped up at the end of the season now are more experienced. But I just think that the ceiling for Texas is higher. If Arch Manning were to hit his potential and he were to become a Heisman contender, Heisman finalist with a dynamic receiving duo with Ryan Wingo and Cam Coleman, with a hopefully better offensive line, I know that Goosby's down with an injury, and a really gifted defense that has a loaded secondary, all those things set up for a national championship run. When you have an elite quarterback like that, we all know that that's the catalyst for winning your conference, winning a national title. He doesn't necessarily have to win the Heisman, but I think if Arch builds off of the final few games of the season where he looked fantastic, he looked like the first overall pick, then the SEC is 100% Texas's claim.
That's that's music to my ears, Joe. And as somebody that, again, Notre Dame fan, all the expectations in the world. If Notre Dame doesn't win it, I do think Texas wins the Natty this year. We're talking to Joe DeLeon here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And Joe is the host of the Ruffino and Joe Show on 24/7 Sports. also college football, NFL draft analyst for A to Z Sports. And I could ask him about who the third string left tackle at UT Martin is, and he could probably tell me the answer. So there's nobody that is more of a college football junkie than Joe. Joe, sticking in the SEC, what do you think? Year one, Lane Kiffin. There was double agents, sleeper agents. Oxford, Mississippi, Ole Miss had the FBI come in and sweep for bugs. They're going to play them week 3 of the season. I cannot wait for that. But overall this year, Sam Levitt as their quarterback. What do you think year one, Lane Kiffin in Baton Rouge? How does he do?
I think that it's the most talented roster that Lane's had, and I think that this roster is better than anything that Brian Kelly had. But the problem is that we're asking for a lot for a first-year head coach to be able to turn, albeit an expensive roster, into a playoff team. I think that naturally, even though they've got one of the easier schedules in the SEC, still a tough schedule, but naturally, with all of that new and trying to build a regime, there's going to be a moment where they slip up, where they lose to a team that they're not supposed to, where they drop a game that they're not supposed to, just because having everybody on the same page as a new head coach with all those portal additions is going to create a miscommunication somewhere. It almost feels like Lane and LSU are going to be on fire this season and be trending towards going 10-2 and then lose a silly game to like Arkansas or something unexpected there because they play them way too tight. I'm not fully projecting that they end up getting embarrassed and upset by somebody in that regard, but it feels like it always happens when we've got these first-year coaches that expectations are high and there's always a banana peel waiting for one of these guys. Year 2, I think, is when many LSU fans need to truly be bought in on them competing for a national championship and potentially winning the SEC.
Joe, last one from me. For those that dislike collecting interest on long-term investments, what longer odds player do you believe has a realistic shot to win the Heisman this year? Currently at BetMGM, the front runners are your boy CJ Carr at plus 750, followed by Arch Manning at plus 800 and Dante Moore at plus 1,100. Any of those tickle your fancy? Maybe looking deeper down the list, what are your thoughts on the Heisman race this year? Seems rather wide open.
Yeah, the guy that I've backed pretty aggressively, and I've just pushed it every single time I get asked this, I've stuck with the same guy pretty much the entire offseason. It's Darius Mensah at Miami. I think that of all these guys, they're very gifted. It's a loaded, as you mentioned, it's wide open. It could not be any more wide open with the talent available and the amount of contenders. But Miami's got an easy schedule. Darius Mensah is the perfect quarterback for running the system. He's more Cam Ward than Carson Beck was. He loves to take deep shots, and he's really fantastic at connecting with guys on the sideline. He throws a really beautiful ball along the sideline. And he's got Cooper Barcade, who he connected on a lot of those last year. Now he also has Malachi Toney. He's going to have a really good run game. With an easy schedule, he's going to put up ridiculous stats. And even if they lose to Notre Dame, which I'm projecting, I imagine that he's going to be north of 35, 40 touchdowns, probably north of 40 touchdowns, over 4,000 yards, like what Cam Ward did a couple of years ago.
Oh, spicy.
Talking to Joe DeLeon here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, talking all things college football. Joe, how about this weekend here? How about Bill Belichick and the Tar Heels? I mean, is there going to be a big leap here in year 2? And what's your thoughts, betting-wise, on this game on Saturday in Dublin versus TCU, who they got annihilated by last year? Do you have a play already for this weekend in Dublin?
So I originally gave out last week on like early lines, I gave out North Carolina covering. Right now it's TCU 9.5. But the reason why I thought that I liked UNC was it feels like we're just naturally piling on, and we're all ready to watch Belichick fail. So we're jumping into that conclusion before the game's even played, without considering the guy was a Super Bowl winning coach. He had a full year of failure to learn how to adjust and to figure out how to succeed in college football. I'm not saying that this offseason is going to set up North Carolina to win the ACC, but I think that they're going to bridge the gap in matchups like this where they don't get blown out of the water, they don't lose by more than 10 points, and they stay competitive and they stay in it closer. I think that the big part too with this is that Bobby Petrino has always produced ridiculously productive offenses. He's never not had a good offense. he's going up against an inconsistent defense last year that was led by Andy Avalos for TCU. I think an opportunity at the very, very least to backdoor cover this thing and to keep it within less than a touchdown. But today I had some pause when I found out that Steve Belichick is not going to be traveling for this game, who's the defensive coordinator. And they had significant defensive improvement down the stretch at the end of the year. And that's part of my buy-in for hoping that they cover in this first game. So I'm not as in love with it, but I am still backing that original pick of going with UNC.
Okay. All right, Joe, any other plays for this weekend that you have lined up? Or if you don't have, if you don't, you're not want to get in fully invested in week 0, any futures that you love from any particular team or national championship winner or anything else? Any futures?
Joe, please say Hawaii.
I haven't looked at the Hawaii line yet. The fact that this is only a 4-point line for Stanford and Hawaii is pretty nuts. The one that I like is North Dakota State -7. I think that the Bison are going to cover here and they're going to win this thing by multiple touchdowns. I think a lot of people are overlooking North Dakota State. G6 teams refused to schedule North Dakota State. They wouldn't play them. The only teams that would play them were competitive Power 4 teams. One of those teams that played them in the last decade or so was Iowa, and they beat them. Now, I know that was a long time ago. My point is that everybody always thinks that, oh, they're just the FCS team. How good can they really be? I really think that North Dakota State's going to be good this year. I think that they could even represent the G6 in the playoff. It starts now with a Jacksonville State team that North Dakota State used to wallop when they've previously played them.
Love that.
Okay. Very good. And then finally, Joe, outside of the quarterbacks, who do you think will be the most electrifying players in college football this year? Who are a couple of names that everybody needs to know about?
Yeah, the one guy that I would circle, and I just spent a lot of time talking about his quarterback. I keep bringing up and hyping up Malachi Toney. I think that Toney, after what was a fantastic freshman season, kind of has like a Reggie Bush vibe to him, where immediately bursts on the scene, immediately productive, just nobody can keep up with him, nobody can catch him. And he's only going to get bigger and stronger and faster, which has been some of the reporting that's been discussed from the Miami camp, that he looks like he's really, really prepared himself for a really big season this upcoming year. And then on the other side of the ball, I think that one of the biggest catalysts for success for any of these teams that are national title contenders, I think that Colin Simmons of Texas is going to have a phenomenal season. I've likened him to Will Anderson, not in terms of his traits, but in terms of his path, where early production, early dominance against the run, and then a really stellar final year because he's so technically refined. I think that he's prepared to lead the country in sacks and to eventually become the highest drafted pass rusher in the 2027 NFL draft.
Joe, awesome stuff as always, brother. It was great to see you. Great to hear from you. We can't wait to catch up with you soon, man. Next week, we'll be talking about the eve of a bunch of the best teams in the country getting ready to play their season openers. So we cannot wait to chat with you again, my man. Thanks so much for everything.
Thanks, guys.
See you, Joe. Go Hawaii.
There you go. Joe DeLeon, host of the Ruffino and Joe Show on 24/7 Sports, and also not many folks do it better covering college football and the NFL draft. Once the calendar turns to January all the way up to April, he does that for A to Z Sports. So make sure you follow him on Twitter at Joe DeLeon, DeLeone. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we've been previewing and predicting the biggest conferences in college football over the last couple of days. The Big Ten on Tuesday, the SEC yesterday. Tonight, when we come back, we'll talk about the ACC and Notre Dame, since that is the conference they're most closely aligned. And yes, I'll have some more very emphatic things to say about my Irish. Also, Kirk Cousins is starting for the Raiders, and so Brock Bowers is on the field. Yeah, we'll explain when we come back and get you an update on the 3 preseason games going on right now. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
it can seem like a square peg in a round hole. He is a 5'10 quarterback who is just a tornado. Like he's using every contour of the football field to make plays when he's at his best. And then Kevin O'Connell is West Coast offense. We are going to insert this information into your quarterback brain. You will know exactly where to go with the football with all your reads. Here's what you're looking at, make the play. It seems like it wouldn't work. I think it's going to work for the reasons you just laid out, all of the weaponry. And it's night and day from what he had in Arizona. We can get into that too. And the coaching is top notch. They've got the defense. But what really fascinates me is here's somebody who is arguably the greatest high school football player in Texas history. 3 state titles, never lost a game. Heisman Trophy winner, #1 pick. Chase Edmonds, one of his best friends, former Cardinals running back. Put it this way. This is the first time that Kyler Murray has ever faced adversity. Like he is knocked down to the canvas really for the first time. This is it. If it doesn't work out for Kyler Murray in this situation, he's not going to be a starter the next year. It's got to work out. He has every incentive for it to work out. If he balls out, he can get a contract in the 40s or 50 million per year. So Kevin O'Connell's job is on the line. Potentially, you could say he's got to win a playoff game. I think he's one of the best offensive coaches, but there is a new GM there. He's feeling some pressure. Kyler Murray's feeling some pressure. And the best way that they can make this work, according to those former coaches with Arizona, is when it comes to Kyler, you have to be aggressive. You have to be in his face. You have to say, look, throw him the mother bleeping ball. He wants that. He wants the hard coaching. Like that, he is that kind of competitor. He wants to be on that Mamba frequency where you guys are clashing, you guys are butting heads, you're barking, you're biting, and you figure stuff out. So that's going to be the Vikings' challenge: is how to push Kyler Murray in ways that he needs to be pushed. Because if he is, I think you're going to see a very special quarterback in 2026.
Thomas Castellanos is coming back to Texas Tech, who's been looking for another arm for a while. Castellanos, you may remember, went undrafted. Didn't withdraw from the draft, went undrafted, and then showed up to Dolphins OTAs for a tryout. This apparently is okay. Why? I'm not sure. Maybe we'll get news today that it's not okay because the Big 12, one of the 3 conferences so far that has enacted new rules that will levy discipline against teams that bring players back for their 5th year for any amount of college eligibility after they've been in a pro training camp or shown up in an NFL preseason game. One of the qualifications in this rule, as it's been written across the SEC, Big 10, and Big 12, and I'm sure ACC very shortly will add their name to the list of conferences enacting such a rule, is that if you declared for a professional sports league draft or supplemental draft and failed to withdraw in time, Tommy Castellanos did not withdraw from the draft. He just went undrafted. And then again, showed up to Dolphins OTAs for a tryout. Did he sign a contract? No. Is that the delineation now? I don't know. Is it maybe because it's Texas Tech and not Lane Kiffin and LSU? Church lady reference for those of you that go back to the 80s. Maybe that's the problem. Lane Kiffin's not involved in this, so we don't have to hate it. I don't know. College football tastemakers, you tell me. Where is my selective outrage supposed to go now? This is why this whole thing has been overblown from the very beginning.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to our guy, Joe DeLeon, for joining us last segment, talking all things college football. Good to talk to Joe. It feels, you know, fall's on the way when we're talking to Joe DeLeon.
Oh, love it.
I have a burp. Sorry, had to do it. Had to rip that one. I always mute the mic when I burp, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to let it rip because we're dudes, so why not? 310-840.
It's okay.
It is natural. And it's better out than in. And I got a nice little plate of dinner and I got my Zevia. I mean, come on. I'm watching NFL football. I'm watching Tommy DeVito carve up the Browns defense. Halftime. All right, let's get an update here because we got some shocking revelations. I didn't think was going to happen. 310-840-4910. So the Steelers lead the Bills 14-10 at half. I think Drew Aller is going to be coming in to start the third quarter. Can't wait for that. Will Howard, 9 of 15, 69 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. The interception was either completely on him or a complete miscommunication with the receiver. Either way, it was a terrible pick. And the 2 touchdowns he threw were screens, like literally. He threw the ball like a yard in the air both times. They were throwing a lot of screens. The backups on the Steelers' offensive line, woof, are they horrendous. I mean, he was getting crushed. He had no time to throw. He also was holding on to the football too long. Pittsburgh, with Rodgers back there, they better hope that offensive line stays healthy because the backups they have are god-awful. God-awful. So there's that. Buffalo, the only starters, I mean, they said they were going to play some starters. I mean, Trent Sherfield had a catch. Frank Gore Jr., who's not a starter. Frank Gore Jr. had 8 carries for 19 yards. He was the star on offense for them in the first half. DeMar Hamlin had that pick. I mean, other than that, I didn't see many starters for the Buffalo Bills. So, I'm not sure what was up with the reporting there. Mecole Hardman returned a couple of kicks, but really that was about it. So, either way, Drew Aller is going to be playing the second half, and I think it'll be Kyle Allen for Buffalo. So excited to watch that. And then in Cleveland, it's all backups, but some good offense so far. Dylan Gabriel led a touchdown drive in the first drive, 3 for 4, 39 yards. And a touchdown pass to Luke Floria.
Sure.
And then the Patriots responded. Tommy DeVito uncorked a 55-yard touchdown catch or touchdown pass to Kyle Williams, who we know is a deep threat for New England. It was a 45-yard touchdown pass from Tommy Cutlett. So 7 apiece with the Patriots and the Browns. But Brad, the real storyline is right now in Las Vegas, Kirk Cousins not only is starting, he's playing his second series for the Raiders. And you got Trey Tucker, you got Jalen Naylor, you got Brock Bowers, you got Jack Besh, and you got Mike Washington Jr., who's filling in for Genti while he's hurt. He's already got 8 carries for 49 yards. This is like week 1 for the Raiders right now. They've got everybody out there for what seems like the entire first quarter. I'm shocked. No wonder Clint Kubiak didn't tell us because, I mean, who knows? We would have gotten some pushback, but this is like a full dress rehearsal for the Raiders here. Kirk Cousins, the entire first quarter with their best players on offense. I'm stunned.
Yeah, and Combsy, Brandon Combs, our fantastic producer here on BetMGM Tonight, in our show chat is saying Cousins is awful and getting booed. LOL. Fans already clamoring they want Fernando Mendoza. I mean, in the box score, I mean, I don't have the game on. I'm not seeing all the action. I just had this godforsaken Bills and Steelers game. You and maybe like 6 family members of Drew Aller are the only ones actually watching this competition.
Well, I'm
now.
watching Browns Patriots on Prime right now because that Bills Steelers game is at halftime. But yeah, the Raiders game is on ESPN Unlimited. I'm not paying for that, so I'm not watching it. But yeah, Combs is.
I'm not either. Well, they it looks like Vegas just put another field goal on the scoreboard, 6-0, 2:46 remaining in the first quarter. I mean, Cousins, if you're just box score watching, he's 8 of 11 at 72.7%, 51 yards. The YPA is wretched at 4.6, and he's getting booed. Look, I did an event in Vegas last weekend. We invited the Black Hole to come out. They showed up in droves and in full costume. True story. And I talked to some of the Raiders fans there. They're like, yeah, man, we want Mendoza. We want him to start week 1. We want him, and we want him now. Well, they're probably not going to get him right away. He may be at the controls of the first, at least 10 weeks of the regular season. We'll see. But the strongest takeaway tonight is Mike Washington. As you mentioned, 8 for 49. He's got a long of 13. For those non-mathematicians in the building, it's a 6.1 yards per carry average. I understand it's against backups for the Niners, but he's really showcasing his phenomenal explosivity and overall skill set. And that is a guy, in my opinion, even when Ashton Genty is back and on the field, he is demanding. He is commanding at least 8 to 10 touches per game. And I think Clint Kubiak realizes that, it could be a Seattle-esque RBBC. So if you're buying in a Genty getting like 25 touches per game when he's 100% good to go, you might want to reassess. You might want to rethink it. You cannot deny Mike Washington being on the field because the dude is one step and he gone.
Yeah, now Combs is watching, and I think our guy Lee DeLapp, they're watching this game. I'm guessing Lee has got it on local television, or he's got the unlimited app because maybe of his proximity to San Francisco. But Combs, I know, has the unlimited app, so he's watching. Combs, what are you seeing from Kirk Cousins and the Raiders offense?
It's kind of stale, to be honest with you. You've had a couple of screenplays here and there that have really made the numbers look a little bit better than what they are. I'm not going to lie. I mean, he's made 1 or 2 passes of more than 5 yards that, he's thrown them, with good routes being run, but it's been stale. With the first drive looked good. Mike Washington has been so explosive, but that's why they've been getting downfield, is because of the run game. And then what's going on is Kirk Cousins, I mean, he almost got Mike Washington killed on one pass. He overthrew a Washington, extended to make the catch. And I mean, he took a hard hit on that play as well. So I'm looking at this game and I'm watching what Cousins is doing. And then I hear the fans booing after that last drive stalls out and they kick another field goal. If fans are already booing in the first quarter of the third preseason game, man, oh man, is life going to be long for Kirk Cousins and the Raiders if they're not winning football games.
Yeah,
that is true. And I don't know if you can blame the Raiders fans who are, I mean, they're starving for Fernando Mendoza. Now, we've debated this all offseason, literally since April. I mean, before the draft, when it was inevitable that they were going to draft Fernando Mendoza with the number 1 overall pick. Ever since they signed Kirk Cousins, I've been saying, give Kirk the first few games, 4 or 5 games. Now, I mean, again, Brad, you're seeing some reporting, some folks saying that in November, I think that's too long. That's too long. I felt like I was you guys were crucifying me for saying, oh, how dare you want Kirk Cousins to even play a couple of games? Well, yeah, I thought Raiders fans would maybe be a little bit aligned. I knew they would want to see Mendoza rather quickly, but November would be nuts unless Kirk Cousins is playing that well or the Raiders are a 500 team or better, then I guess that's the only reason why you wouldn't see Mendoza until November. But I don't think that's going to happen. But yeah, man, they're playing the Niners backups, and they've only been able to muster a couple of field goal drives so far. And the Raiders fans, they want Fernando Mendoza. I don't blame them. Feel bad for Kirk Cousins, getting booed on your own field. That's got to stink.
Yeah, it does. But, obviously he was a guy that's just a bridge quarterback. Everybody knew that. When you spend the number 1 overall pick on a guy that won the Heisman Trophy, on a guy that won the national title last year for Indiana, you want to see him out there with the real bullets flying. You want to see him grow and mature right before your eyes. He's got to take his lumps. I mean, he already did in the last preseason game with that pick 6. But you want to give him some opportunities to prove his worth, to prove his overall medal. Side note, because the other thing that we were watching in this game, who could possibly emerge as the primary weapon of choice at wide receiver for Vegas. So far in this game, Brock Bowers, of course, a tight end, but a glorified wide receiver in a way. 2 targets, 1 catch for 6 yards. But it's Trey Tucker who's leading the way. Speedster outside the numbers, 3 targets, 3 receptions, 25 yards along of 14. Mayer, the secondary tight end, 2 targets, 2 receptions for 8, and Jalen Naylor, who came over from Minnesota, who I thought could be like a sneaky producer this year, only 2 targets, 1 catch for 7 yards. So maybe it's going to be Trey Tucker, more of a home run hitter. Doesn't have a ton of branches on that route tree, but still a work in progress in my estimation. Who is going to be the WR1 in this offense and help alleviate some of the pressure on the shoulders of the stud that is Brock Bowers?
Yeah, and again, I think Jalen Naylor is a guy that definitely could step up and fulfill that role, considering the promising start he got off to last year with the Minnesota Vikings, or 2 years ago with the Minnesota Vikings, and then for whatever reason he would just go weeks without catching a pass, and that was even 2 years ago when they had Sam Darnold. Last year there was the excuses, the poor quarterback play between J.J. McCarthy and Carson Wentz and Max Brosmer. And Jalen Naylor still had over 400 yards and 4 touchdowns. But again, there's just like several weeks where my man didn't catch the football. So he's going to be expecting to step up. And then you mentioned Trey Tucker, the number 1 guy on the depth chart, has had at least 500 receiving yards the last 2 seasons and has caught over 45 balls. That's a number 1 receiver. They drafted Jack Besh last year. We've seen him put up some highlight plays so far in the preseason. Either way, it ain't pretty, Brad. Somebody is going to have to be the unfounded hero outside of Brock Bowers, or all those guys will basically play to their football card, and it'll be a rough season for that Raiders offense, no matter who the hell is playing quarterback. 310-840-4910. All right, we'll take a short break, and then we'll have a big segment, big, fat, juicy segment on the ACC this year in college football. We'll pepper in Notre Dame as well, since they play a bunch of ACC teams. That's coming up next. And your phone calls and your texts at 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The big dumper has been a big disappointment. Cal Raleigh, 60 home runs last year. So far this year, he has 59 hits. 59 hits. I stopped checking the batting average to see if he could get it above 200, because I don't think it's going to happen this year. Now, he's 7 for his last 20. With 5 home runs in the mix, including that 3-homer game against the Phillies on Monday. But in my opinion, far too little, far too late from Cal Raleigh, who we were talking about MVP last year. The Mariners, all the way to the ALCS, they finally had the offense to go with the pitching. And yes, again, like many of these teams associated with the disappointing players we're talking about, the problems are many in Seattle. They've gone to this 6-man rotation. It's been pretty inconsistent. At least the names that you would expect to be more consistent have been more inconsistent than not. Kirby and Miller atop that list. Miller now hurt. Who knows when he makes his next start. But offensively, they were supposed to have finally figured it out. And Cal Raleigh is hitting 167. Again, 59 hits. 59 hits in over 400 plate appearances when he hit 60 homers last year. So Cal Raleigh, number 1 in my power rankings of the biggest disappointments.
great. And Stribling, I knew about, but I didn't know his catch radius is what it is. 10-inch hands. I know it's preseason, so I'll slow down. But when you just sit back and watch this guy, he just has something about him to where he is not the bright lights don't seem to faze him. And I feel like he's Kawhi Leonard with those hands and the balls that are coming his way. Now, he dropped an easy touchdown last week, but he got 11 catches in 2 preseason games. So he's been Spider-Man on everything that's coming his way. But to answer your question right now, I'd give him the stamp of approval of, man, this dude's got 4.3 speed and the ability to hang on the ball when Brock Purdy's throwing it to him or Mac Jones. So my question right now, or my answer to your question would be, hell yeah, he looks like he could be electric. But then we got to see what happens when it's real time and real action. And it's kind of funny. A reporter asked Kyle at his presser yesterday about Stribling, and basically to get Kyle excited about Stribling and what he's seen. And Kyle basically, and I don't know if it was, Stribling just being a rookie, was kind of, yeah, it's been okay. But we'll see when it's regular season. And we were having some fun with it. Like, he doesn't sound impressed, or that's just a ball coach not going to hype up his rookie until it's real action. But we're excited out here about him.
Yeah, I think just waiting for October to get here. It seems like they do this, year after year. Just they kind of get bored. They're not trying to set records for postseason wins or anything like that. Probably going to, win less than 100 games, but still win the division by a comfortable margin. So, but yeah, every single year they just kind of, let up on the gas pedal and cruise in October, and then as long as they're healthy and fresh, and usually those guys are fresh because no one's worn out. No one's been pushed to limits, or no one's going to be exhausted come when October rolls around.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. All right, my guy Drew Aller is in there, and he's marching the Steelers right down the field. Already made a nice third down pass for a first down on a slant route, and the Steelers lead the Bills 14-10, and they are in Bills territory. Aller, so far, he's only thrown 2 passes, but he's 2 for 2 for 9 yards. Elsewhere, Dylan Gabriel is lighting it up, Brad, in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Now, he's playing against the Patriots backups, but he's playing with backups. I mean, his receivers are Ben Patterson, Gage Larvadane, Luke Floria, and Amani Marshall. Dylan Gabriel, 7 of 8 for 135 yards and 2 touchdowns in the first quarter. Browns lead the Patriots 17-7. Not a good night for Shedeur Sanders, I'll tell you that much. And then the biggest news while we were away, Fernando Mendoza is in. His second pass picked off as he was looking for his receiver. Combs, again, you were watching it live. So producer Brandon Combs, tell us what happened on the Fernando Mendoza interception, his second pick in his second consecutive preseason game. What happened on the Mendoza pick? All right, Combs must be cutting something up, but I believe he said he was looking over the middle for, I believe he was looking for Jalen Nailor, and it went off his hands and it got picked off.
Yep.
And it was kind of it was a ball that probably should have been caught, but also was a tough catch to make. And so off his hands, intercepted by Bethune, and the 49ers, well, it looks like they were going to punch it in for a touchdown, but instead 4th and goal after they started in the red zone. So we'll see if they end up going for it or if they take the points. But either way, the Raiders lead the 49ers 6-0. 2 drives for Kirk Cousins, who went out there and threw for 8 for 11 for 51 yards in 2 series, throwing to Brock Bowers, throwing to Trey Tucker, Jalen Naylor, Mike Washington Jr. running the football. He had 8 carries and 49 yards, and the Niners do kick a field goal, by the way, so 6-3. And there you go, Mendoza picked off. So, yikes, not a good start. Whether it was his fault or not, we'll see how he can bounce back, and we'll see how long he plays. I'm still stunned that Cousins and the Raiders' entire first-team offense basically played the whole first quarter. And so we'll see. Does Mendoza play just the second quarter, Brad, or do you think he ends up playing the second and the third quarter?
No, I think he's going to play the entire second quarter. They're going to want him to finish on a high note. I highly doubt he's going to come out of the locker room at halftime and get another series in the third quarter. But then again, nobody saw them turn into Kirk Cousins for 2 series in this game. One other takeaway, again, for fantasy football purposes, keep this guy in mind. Kalon Black is looking like he is solidifying his stance as the RB2 in San Francisco this year. That's a direct backup to Christian McCaffrey, who we all know isn't exactly the picture of perfect health. Very impressive. 4 carries, 28 yards. He's got a long carry of 14 yards so far tonight. So you're looking for a Hail Mary Chuck late in your fantasy draft. And you only have CMC on roster. Don't forget thy name, that being Kalon Black.
Speaking of backup running backs, how about in Pittsburgh, Eli Heidenreich, not the WWE wrestler, Eli Heidenreich, 7th round rookie draft pick out of Navy. He's having himself a night. He just ran in a touchdown for the Steelers. So he's got 6 carries, 29 yards, and a score. So we got plenty of offense in these games. 31 points early third quarter between the Steelers and the Bills. 24 points after just the first quarter between the Browns and the Patriots. And the Browns have the ball again after an interception got thrown by Baron Morton off of one of his players' shoes. It bounced right up in the air on his first pass and got picked off. And then the Raiders and the Niners cut 3 field goals in the first quarter and change. So pretty exciting preseason action. But Brad, let's get to a little bit of ACC here. We'll pass on Notre Dame since we talked heavily with Joe DeLeon. I'm excited. My expectations are through the roof for CJ Carr, for the Irish. I think they're going unbeaten. I think CJ Carr is winning the Heisman. How about Miami? We had a caller last week. I think it was in the solo portion, Brad, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it was a Miami Hurricanes fan say, what, did everybody forget about the team that went to the national championship last year? Nobody's talking about Miami. What about Miami? With Mario Cristobal, transfer quarterback Darian Mensah's coming in. We heard Joe DeLeon say he thinks he could have a big season. But the reason I'm not high on Miami, and again, I think they could probably win the ACC and go to the college football playoff, but I don't view them as a title contender because their strengths were the trenches last year. Their offensive line, which had a couple of guys get drafted into the NFL, most notably Francis Mauigoa to the Giants, that also the defense, Ruben Bain, Akeem Mesidor, that pass rush, all those guys are gone. They have to replace almost their entire offensive and defensive line from a year ago. That's why I think Miami, although they could win a weak ACC, I'm not expecting them to do much damage come college football playoff time. So unless Darian Mensah proves me wrong and he turns out to be an electrifying quarterback that is worthy of a first-round draft pick, I think the Hurricanes, they could get to the college football playoff. They'll be one and done. What do you think?
They're not a tropical depression by any stretch of the imagination. In terms of the Safford-Simpson scale, how strong are the Hurricanes? Maybe like a Category 2, not quite a Category 5 like they were last season. I mean, the strength of schedule is the thing that really stands out to me. It is only the 45th toughest in all of college football. And breaking it down on a week-by-week basis, I'm only seeing 2 L's on the schedule, potentially. October 3rd at Clemson. That's going to be a tough game. Always is there in Death Valley. And then November 7th, of course, against your Fighting Irish in South Bend, as you already laid out. It could be chilly. Then again, global warming's a thing. Could be like 65 degrees. Who knows what the weather's going to be like in that part of the country that time of year. Outside of that, man, they really don't have any menaces on this schedule that you're really concerned about. So it's entirely conceivable they're either going to be a 2-loss team or a 1-loss team. And that is a team that could go in. And I agree with you, because of all the turnover, unless they galvanize and gel very quickly, they can get bounced early in the college football playoff. ESPN's got a projected to win 10.4 games, 50.3% chance to win the ACC, 63.3% chance to make the college football playoff, and a 5.2% chance of winning the whole enchilada. I think that's all a stretch of the wildest imaginations, them making a deep run in this year's college football playoff. They may sneak in because they're going to have a terribly lopsided record. But again, don't be deceived by that record, because the schedule, the way that it's set up right now, is downy soft.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Combs says, nice back shoulder throw by Mendoza, gets dropped. And then I just saw on 3rd and 10, he gets sacked for a loss of 11 yards. So rough start to the night for Fernando Mendoza. All right, let's continue on here. Let's go to Clemson. Now, there is no overrating Clemson anymore, because they are not rated. They're not ranked outside the top 25 to start the year. Dabo Swinney may be fighting for his job. Is he facing the end of a legendary run here? Or can new quarterback Christopher Vizina spark a major bounce back and get the Tigers back to the top of the conference? Now that we're not talking about Clemson, is this the year where they maybe surprise a lot of folks? Well, they've got, once again, another Tigers versus Tigers battle to start the year against Lane Kiffin and LSU. They got beat by them 17-10 last year to start the season. This year, the game in Baton Rouge. After that, they play Georgia Southern. Then they get Belichick in North Carolina, who they crushed last year. Then they get number 7 Miami at home on October 3rd. After that, there's not another ranked opponent on the schedule. If Clemson can snag a win against either LSU or Miami, Brad, maybe Clemson can go 11-1, or is that just fool's gold? And what we saw last year is more indicative of what we're going to see from Clemson this season.
Well, that September 25th game at Cal, that cross-country trek is always tricky with a lot of these matchups. Of course, those two teams wildly in the ACC. People have failed Geography 101. Just putting it out there. But you look at the second half of the season schedule, it is far from intimidating. You're at Florida State. They're going to be lackluster again this year. At least that's the expectation. At Syracuse, almost perennially lackluster. Georgia Tech at home, at Duke, South Carolina. They could really finish strong. Their over-under right now is only 7.5 at BetMGM. I would take the over. I think this is at a minimum an 8-win team, probably maximum 10-win team. Their strength of schedule isn't all that intimidating, 35th toughest in the country. But the quarterback, that's the issue. He's only number 93 in adjusted completion percentage last year, so he's got to get more accurate. But, man, a lot of these teams have just kind of soft, doughy schedules, and if they can come together quickly, they can go on quite the run, and Clemson being one of them.
That is right. That is right. And that is the story for most of the ACC. So, again, it's going to be a pretty weak conference. Look out for SMU, revamped defense.
Correct.
Kevin Jennings at quarterback. Look out. And that's a Notre Dame fan saying that because they're going to play him. But look out for SMU. Watch out for the Mustangs. All right, and then finally you got James Franklin coming to the ACC as well, the new coach of Virginia Tech. We'll see if they can disrupt anybody on their schedule. But, Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother. We got a loaded Friday, more preseason football, a weekend full of baseball with big-time playoff implication series beginning tomorrow. So can't wait, man. Big Friday, and we got college football on the horizon. We'll talk to you then.
Ooh, goody. I'll see you tomorrow, mi amigo.
Hot or cold to kick off the next hour here on BetMGM tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. You're locked in on Westwood One Sports.
I think this stacks up nicely for Minnesota. This is a decent starting five. I don't know if it's the kind of starting five that can compete for a Western Conference title against San Antonio and OKC, but Anthony Edwards, LaMelo Ball, Jaden McDaniels, Rudy Gobert, and now Jonathan Kuminga. He's not Naz Reid defensively, but I think if I'm the T-Wolves, I'll take that. That was the one hole on your roster that you had to shore up. You had to slap the old flex tape on the side of the boat before the season started, and they took care of it. Again, I don't think it gets them up there in the rarefied air of San Antonio and OKC, but if you want to be right there on that next level with the Nuggets, and maybe if Luka's healthy and having a good year, the Lakers, you're solidly there. You're solidly there with Denver on that second tier behind OKC and San Antonio.
And I should say Joe Brady is calling plays he knows won't work against the plays that Jim Leonard, the DC, is calling, just to see how Josh Allen can handle it. So there's that, but I think it's bigger than that. I think that, look, there's no more important relationship in sports than the one between the head coach and the quarterback. Josh Allen is 30. Joe Brady is 36. They can relate to each other as fathers. They can relate to each other in every possible way off the field. And really, it wasn't a good relationship. It wasn't a great relationship, I should say, between Allen and McDermott. It wasn't like toxic. They weren't at each other's throats. This isn't something that you were going to see, Skip and Stephen A. and all the talking heads lose their minds about, because Josh Allen is he's a good team player. He's the son of a farmer. He's going to do what he's told. He's not going to ball up a fist and demand this and demand that. But it's got to be a special dynamic relationship if you're going to get to a Super Bowl and win it. Josh Allen and Sean McDermott was never that. I think Josh Allen and Joe Brady has the potential to be that. They've really evolved and grown together.
Opinions all the time. Is it hot or is it cold? You decide right now on BetMGM Tonight After Dark.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've got two Solo Hours coming your way as we do every night, taking you to 11 p.m. Eastern every Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun show so far. If you want to join in, the talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. We'll get you a couple of NFL preseason scoreboard updates. Then we'll get into some hot or cold. We got some baseball scores to get you as well in just a bit. But let's start in Cleveland, because that's the game that I am currently watching with the volume down, of course, on my screen. And because that game has been unexpectedly really exciting. I mean, that was the game that was supposed to be the worst out of the three, with really no starters playing for either side. But Dillon Gabriel is lighting it up for the Browns. He's 8 for 9 for 139 yards and 2 touchdowns. And the Browns lead the Patriots 20-7 in the second quarter. And most of those numbers that Dillon Gabriel put up all came in the first quarter. Tommy DeVito started for the Patriots, played only about 2 series or so. He went 2 for 4 for 55 yards, but including a 45-yard touchdown pass to Kyle Williams. And now it's the rookie Baron Morton out of Texas Tech who has taken over since. He did throw an interception, although it was a wacky one. It went off of one of his players, the back of their cleats, and popped right up and got picked off. But Browns lead the Patriots 20-7. In Buffalo, Steelers lead the Bills 21-17. That's the game I've been focusing on a lot because my guy Drew Aller is in for the second half for Pittsburgh. Will Howard had a very misleading box score in the first half, and I'm not just saying that because I think that the Steelers should cut him, and I'm not just saying that because Drew Aller, I think, is the quarterback of the future for Pittsburgh. Will Howard, 9 of 15, 69 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. The 2 touchdowns he threw were screen passes. Like, by the definition of the book, screen passes. One was a receiver screen out wide. The other was a little dump-off screen to the running back that he threw the ball a total of like 1 yard in the air. So the interception he threw was terrible. There was no receiver in the area. He threw it right to DeMar Hamlin. So that was the night for Will Howard. He also got sacked 3 times. The Steelers' backup offensive line is god-awful. That's probably the biggest takeaway more than anything, is that if you think Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers are going to have any success this year, their offensive line better stay healthy, because if you're relying on backup offensive linemen for Pittsburgh, we've seen them for 2 games in a row. They are terrible. Terrible. They can't block anybody. Meanwhile, for Buffalo, it's been all Shane Buechele. I don't even know if Kyle Allen's going to play in this game, who's Josh Allen's backup. You know, Josh's brother. So Shane Buechele might play the entire game. He's 18 of 26 for 151 yards. Skylar Bell had a sweet 28-yard touchdown run. It was reported that some Bills starters were going to play. I haven't really seen any. I mean, if you want to call Trent Sherfield a starter, one of their slot receivers from last year, maybe. Ray Davis, their backup running back, he muffed a punt. He hasn't gotten a carry at all. So, yeah, I don't think any really Bills starters ended up playing. But the Steelers lead the Bills 21-17. And then in Las Vegas, Raiders lead the Niners 6-3. Stunning development was when Kirk Cousins rolled out on the field with the entire first offensive unit, including his number 1 receiver, Trey Tucker, including Brock Bowers, including Jalen Naylor, Jack Besh, and the running back that's been filling in for Ashton Genty since he suffered that scary-looking ankle injury on Sunday, and we still haven't gotten a formal update on a timeline for him. Mike Washington Jr., 8 carries, 49 yards. Clint Kubiak, by the way, and I said it was a stunning development because Clint Kubiak refused to delve into what the plans were for this game. And then Kirk Cousins and the entire starting offensive unit rolls out and plays the entire first quarter. Cousins, 8 of 11 for 51 yards. But producer Brandon Combs was watching this game and said that Cousins was getting booed, and it was a lot of just dink and dunk short passes. And against the Niners' backup defense, they had to settle for 2 field goals. Fernando Mendoza has since come in, and he's not having a great night. 2 for 5, 18 yards. He's thrown an interception. The pick was, according to Combs, maybe 50-50. Threw it between two defenders. It went off the hands of his receiver, Jalen Naylor, and got picked off. A ball that Jalen Naylor probably should have caught, but also it was a tight window, went off his hands and got picked. Mendoza's also already been sacked twice. So the Raiders' backup offensive line also really, really poor. And they have not gotten anything going since Mendoza has come into the game. It was a little bit of Mac Jones, and now it's supposed to be Adrian Martinez the rest of the game for San Francisco. They're not playing anybody. So Raiders lead at 6-3. 5 minutes left to go in the second quarter. And San Francisco's got the ball, and they are now driving past midfield. All right, 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. Combs, let's get you in here for a little hot or cold. What's going on, brother? You've had your eyes on this Raiders game. It's on the ESPN Unlimited app, so I'm not watching it because I refuse to pay to watch preseason games. But, yeah, it looks like once the starters came out, not a lot of it Mendoza's fault. You can describe that interception if you'd like, but that offensive line can't block worth a lick.
Yeah, and a lot of this too, and this is something that I talk about at length, even during the regular season for any sport, not just football, but especially football, right? And that's the eye test. What does the eye test tell you? Because the box score can tell you one story, but the eye test can tell you a completely different story. Mendoza has looked okay behind a pedestrian offensive line, and the interception, probably 50-50. I mean, if you ask Jalen Naylor if he should catch that ball, he's going to tell you yes. I believe your wide receiver should be able to catch that ball as well. But at the same time, it's a tight window. You had to reach for the ball. Still went off your fingers. So it is what it is, but they just can't sustain anything. I mean, Mendoza's under pressure pretty much every time he drops back. Same way I was talking about earlier with the Pittsburgh Steelers offensive line. So same thing for the Raiders offensive line. They better stay healthy up front, because if they have to go to backups, it's going to be a long season for whoever's under center. And so, yeah, I mean, I think with the fans and with everything that they've got going on there, it's going to be a long season for Kirk Cousins, unless him and the Raiders find ways to win football games early and often.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. So we'll keep you posted on all three of those preseason games. But, Combs, let's get into some hot or cold, brother.
Let's do it. Let's start with another preseason game. Let's start with one that I believe is playing tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe Saturday. Falcons not playing Michael Penix in their preseason finale is a mistake. Hot or cold?
Hot. I don't know why they are. They're playing the Dolphins, by the way, so probably Dolphins backup. So, I mean, if there was ever a spot to get Michael Penix in there, I know he did not even get medically cleared for 11-on-11 practice until Monday, so he literally hasn't even had a full week. I mean, that doesn't mean that he hasn't been doing everything mentally to get prepared for the season, going through the film, learning the playbook under new head coach, new play caller, Kevin Stefanski, being able to work on the side in 7-on-7s and all that other stuff. Michael Penix should be dying to play this game tomorrow to prove to Kevin Stefanski that I'm the guy to be the starting quarterback. We talked at length about this the other day when we got the reporting from Ian Rappaport that apparently, Ian Rappaport reported it. He's normally not one to give opinions, but he said that the way that Tua has played so far this preseason, it would be impossible, literally use that word, impossible for him to earn the starting nod. And Michael Penix coming off the torn ACL, again, didn't get medically cleared for 11-on-11 full team practice until Monday. I don't know why they're not playing him in this preseason game tomorrow. I think this is a mistake. I think you want to get a feel for what Michael Penix looks like. I get it. There's always the concern. There's always the injury scare. But, I mean, sooner or later, he's going to be on the field. So even if it's just for a series, you want to get him some game speed. You want to get him some rhythm, the full pads, the uniform, in a game-like setting, in a stadium against the other team, whether it is the Dolphins, starters, backups, it doesn't matter. I think Penix should be out there and basically, at least looking the part hey, the knee looks good. I'm good to go. I'm going through here's all the playbook. You want to call some exotic plays to see how we do with everything. Let's run through the gamut, man. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to get after this thing. So I don't know how they came into the decision that it's best for him not to play tomorrow. Tua is going to start, by the way, and I think that might be pretty damning. That might tell the whole story either way on who's going to be the starting quarterback. But then again, Justin Herbert is starting the preseason finale for the Chargers tonight. Much different circumstances. He barely played last week when they rolled him out there for the first time. He only had 3 plays. Tua's only played 1 series as well, and he didn't look good. So I don't know, man. I just think that he needs to be out there on the field. And the fact that he is not, it doesn't, maybe I'm making something out of nothing, but I just don't see why you wouldn't put Penix on the field tomorrow.
Yeah, see, I'm torn on this, right? Because you do have a quarterback who, it's not like he's a rookie, and he's coming off of the ACLs, and he has had so many ACLs already in his career that I understand the concern, and I understand that if he is going to be your starter, maybe you're just letting him be ready for week 1, and there's no need to play him in the preseason. And maybe that decision maybe has already been made in-house, and they just haven't let everybody know just yet. Maybe they want to see, maybe they're going to let Tua go out there, and if Tua's as bad as everybody's saying Tua has been in practices, if Tua's really that bad and they're going to show it out, maybe that's their way of saying, hey, look, this is what we got. Michael Penix is going to be our starter, or maybe Penix isn't where they thought they were going to be. And maybe tomorrow's a showcase between Tua and Jack Strand to see who's going to start week 1 against the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, there's just so many ways you can take it. I do understand, the level of safety measures being taken with Michael Penix and not wanting to have him play in a preseason game. But you're right. At some point, he's going to be back out there. But I just think it's easier to stomach if something were to happen again to one of those knees, it's in a game that matters as opposed to a game that doesn't.
Combs, do you think Penix is going to be the starting quarterback for the Falcons, or do you think there's still a chance that it is Tua?
No, I mean, unless Tua comes out and just absolutely balls out tomorrow and is out of this world, and everybody's like, what the hell are people talking about? What are all these writers seeing in practice that they're writing all this negative stuff about Tua? I do think Penix is going to be the starter week 1 against Pittsburgh.
I agree. All right, let's move on. What do you got next?
All right, the NFL's new suspension rules, which could lead to a 1-game ban, are a huge step in the right direction for player safety. Hot or cold?
Hot. I think this is great that the NFL is doing this. Now, here are these 5 health and safety fouls that if you commit 3 of them in a season, you get an automatic 1-game suspension. It's a hip drop tackle, it's a horse collar tackle, launching, hit on a defenseless player, or a blindside block. Any player who commits 3 of these 5 offenses during a season will receive a 1-game suspension. And we were talking about the hip drop tackle the other day. I feel like we see it a lot still, and it's only been called 3 times in the last 2 years. That's it. It's only been called 3 times in the last 2 years, and I feel like we see guys get hurt on what look like hip drop tackles, or we just see hip drop tackles like multiple times every single Sunday. The horse collar tackle, not so much, and that is like an automatic personal foul. But now, that counts. That this is like the NBA where you get so many technical fouls, you get a 1-game suspension. Hit on a defenseless player is the biggest thing the NFL has been trying to clean up. I mean, this isn't 1990s anymore where you could just obliterate people over the middle of the field. Receivers getting annihilated by safeties when they make catches over the middle. The NFL, that's almost always a penalty nowadays anyway. And then the blindside block, which, again, I don't think we see too much of. But for me, it's going to be the hip drop tackle, and it's going to be the hit on a defenseless player that they're going to try to snuff out of this game. And I think that's great. It's not just maybe a $50,000 fine anymore if you commit one of these, if the NFL goes back and reviews it after the week. 3 of these get you a 1-game suspension. And I think it's to stand up for the players a little bit too, because I don't think when guys do these things, maybe they're not always trying to intentionally do them, and they're certainly, I would hope, not trying to intentionally hurt players. So it's not like, oh, you commit a hip drop tackle, right away 1 game suspension. You do get a little bit of leeway, but either way, I think the NFL continuing to try to prioritize player health and safety has been one of the most important parts of the sport, and I think they're continuing to move in the right direction. So I think this is great that they've rolled out this new rule, if you will.
I think it's a smokescreen, Pat. I think it's a smokescreen because the NFL wants people to be like, oh, look, they're looking out for player safety. Look, 4 of the horse collar tackles were called last year. 2 of the hip drop tackle were called last year. 28 blindside blocks were called last year. That's probably the big one out of all of these. But there's also quite a few times where the blindside tackle that gets called, you're like, is that really a blindside tackle? Like, I mean, there was at least 3 that I can remember last year where I was like, I don't know if that's a blindside tackle. Like, I just think that that's a bad call. I think he had a chance. He hits him in the chest, but you got to call it a blindside because he came from the other side. I don't like that call. But to say, oh, if a guy commits 3 of these infractions, it's, we're looking out for player safety. We're looking out for player safety. Well, if you're looking out for player safety, how about you move back bye weeks? How about you don't have a 5th week bye week, a 6th week bye week for some of these teams? How about, you're looking at a league who just last week we were having the discussion on whether or not they'll eventually do away with preseason games and end up adding more regular season games. Like I always find it funny that they're always talking about, oh, we're worried about player safety. We're worried about player safety. But hey, guess what? This team's going to Europe this week to play in front of a bunch of people that could give a crap less about the NFL. And then we're never putting a team over there. But then next week they don't have a bye week. They're going to play on Sunday. Like, I just find it so funny and so, like, to me, it's a double standard. And I think they find these little ways where it looks like they're looking out for player safety. I just think in the end, they're not really looking out for player safety in a league that, wants to worry about guys who smoke weed, regardless of the medicinal purposes of marijuana, but continues to let guys just beat their girlfriends and play football. Like, I just find it funny or find it hard to believe that they really care about player safety that much when they still do the things that they do as a league in general, when it's more about money than it is about anything else.
Okay, look, those are some good points, and I can't really argue a lot of them, but at least in this initiative, like, if we see a guy like clearly implement a hip drop tackle, and then that doesn't that we don't get the tweet from Rappaport or Schefter like a couple days later, so and so has been docked, their first offense for a hip drop tackle, and 2 more of these offenses of these other 4 things, and they're going to get suspended for a game. If we don't see that, then okay, then you're free to call out that it was smokescreen, it was BS. But like, I'm not saying the NFL is perfect, and I'm saying that, and I'm not saying that they definitely don't need to do more to look out for player safety, but at least this is a step in the right direction, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you know what I'm interested in. I'm actually looking it up as we speak. I'm out of all of those, the 28, blindside blocks or horse collars or any of these other, I'm interested to see how many of these players committed those fouls multiple times. And see if we can just get a quick Google search answer.
So you're saying like they said, all right, if you do 3 of these things, because that would be so rare that somebody does commit 3 of these offenses over the course of a season.
Yes. So when I do the quick Google search says there is no record of how many blindside blocks or any of these other personal fouls occurred by the same player. So, but if 28 of them were called across the NFL, 4 horse collar tackles are called called across the NFL, and only 2 hip drop tackles were called across the NFL. How many players do you think committed 3 of those infractions? If you're really
Well, I
worried
mean,
about
there's
player
one
safety,
thing.
if these plays are really that bad, why is it going to take 3? Why is it if you commit, isn't it, you'll get 1 and then it's a 15-yard, or how about this? If you're really worried about player safety, you commit any one of these infractions that's on here, you're booted from the game. It's an automatic ejection. If it's really about player safety, why is it? Well, the first 2 times, we're going to give you a pass, but that 3rd time, we're going to cost you a game because this is really about player safety. To me, it's one of those things where, again, I just think it's a smokescreen. If it's really about player safety, why isn't it an ejectable offense?
That's a good point. Combs. Maybe they should be doing more. Maybe it should be an automatic 1-game suspension for any of these things that happens. I mean, again, I don't know. I obviously never played in the NFL. I never played college football. So I'm sure that there are some horse collar tackles that are unintentional. I'm sure that there might be a few hip drop tackles that don't happen. You just grab a guy as he's running by and your momentum kind of swings you around. And then your only thing that you can do is pull a guy down. But I mean, look, we've seen some intentional looking hip drop tackles over the last couple of years that don't even get called. So whether it gets called or not, I think the fact that the NFL can hopefully go back and review this and then add it to that person's, record, if you will, I think is a good thing. Again, how many blindside blocks do we see? Not many. The hit on the defenseless player is the big one. So again, I hope they follow through with it. And if we do see a couple players that do get suspended, then we know that it's working. And if we don't, then maybe they need to be more stringent. Maybe it does need to be an automatic 1-game suspension if you do commit any of these things, even just once. 310-840.
Hit on a defenseless player is atrocious. And again, that to me, I've always thought a hit on a defenseless player, if it's that egregious, if it warrants a flag, almost like soccer, right? If it's that egregious, what is it? It's a red card. You're gone from the game. And it should be the same way in the NFL. If you're really trying to crack down and you really want it to be about player safety, that's how you get guys to not do this, even once in a game, is because they lose the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's a good point. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. We'll get to some other items on the hot or cold docket when we return. We'll also get your phone calls at 310-840-4910. Plus, NFL preseason scoreboard update and and Major League Baseball scoreboard update as well. I'm Pat Boyle. That's producer Brandon Combs. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
It can seem like a square peg in a round hole. He is a 5'10" quarterback who is just a tornado. Like he's using every contour of the football field to make plays when he's at his best. And then Kevin O'Connell is West Coast offense. We are going to insert this information into your quarterback brain. You will know exactly where to go with the football with all your reads. Here's what you're looking at, make the play. It seems like it wouldn't work. I think it's going to work for the reasons you just laid out, all of the weaponry. And it's night and day from what he had in Arizona. We can get into that too. And the coaching is top notch. They've got the defense. But what really fascinates me is here's somebody who is arguably the greatest high school football player in Texas history. 3 state titles, never lost a game. Heisman Trophy winner, #1 pick. Chase Edmonds, one of his best friends, former Cardinals running back. Put it this way. This is the first time that Kyler Murray has ever faced adversity. Like he is knocked down to the canvas really for the first time. This is it. If it doesn't work out for Kyler Murray in this situation, he's not going to be a starter the next year. It's got to work out. He has every incentive for it to work out. If he balls out, he can get a contract in the 40s or $50 million per year. So Kevin O'Connell's job is on the line, potentially, you could say. He's got to win a playoff game. I think he's one of the best offensive coaches, but there is a new GM there. He's feeling some pressure. Kyler Murray's feeling some pressure. And the best way that they can make this work, according to those former coaches with Arizona, is when it comes to Kyler, you have to be aggressive. You have to be in his face. You have to say, look, throw him the mother bleeping ball. He wants that. He wants the hard coaching. Like that, he is that kind of competitor. He wants to be on that Mamba frequency where you guys are clashing, you guys are butting heads, you're barking, you're biting, and you figure stuff out. So that's going to be the Vikings' challenge: is how to push Kyler Murray in ways that he needs to be pushed. Because if he is, I think you're going to see a very special quarterback in 2026.
Thomas Castellanos is coming back to Texas Tech, who's been looking for another arm for a while. Castellanos, you may remember, went undrafted, didn't withdraw from the draft, went undrafted, and then showed up to Dolphins OTAs for a tryout. This apparently is okay. Why? I'm not sure. Maybe we'll get news today that it's not okay because the Big 12, one of the three conferences so far that has enacted new rules that will levy discipline against teams that bring players back for their fifth year for any amount of college eligibility after they've been in a pro training camp or shown up in an NFL preseason game. One of the qualifications in this rule, as it's been written across the SEC, Big 10, and Big 12, and I'm sure ACC very shortly will add their name to the list of conferences enacting such a rule, is that if you declared for a professional sports league draft or supplemental draft and failed to withdraw in time, Tommy Castellanos did not withdraw from the draft. He just went undrafted. And then again, showed up to Dolphins OTAs for a tryout. Did he sign a contract? No. Is that the delineation now? I don't know. Is it maybe because it's Texas Tech and not Lane Kiffin and LSU? Church lady reference for those of you that go back to the 80s. Maybe that's the problem. Lane Kiffin's not involved in this, so we don't have to hate it. I don't know. College football tastemakers, you tell me. Where is my selective outrage supposed to go now? This is why this whole thing has been overblown from the very beginning.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Hey, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. We got plenty of baseball scores coming your way in just a bit, so hang tight. And we'll get you caught up on the NFL preseason as well. Just we'll let you know here at the half. Raiders lead the Niners 9-6, and I'm hoping that we see a little bit more of Fernando Mendoza. 5 for 9, 38 yards and an interception. Led the Raiders on a nice drive down the field there. Once again, had a receiver drop a pass. Did have another near dime down the sideline, but his receiver caught it out of bounds, and the Raiders had to settle for a field goal. So I want to see more Mendoza. I think, we saw a lot of Aiden O'Connell last game in the preseason. We've already seen Aiden O'Connell. Like, let Mendoza go out and play. Let him play the whole rest of the freaking game, man. Honestly. Let him go out there and play the rest of the freaking game. That's what I'm hoping for. With the Raiders leading the Niners 9-6, it's probably going to be Adrian Martinez for the rest of the game for San Francisco. Again, they did not play any starters at all, nor did the Browns or the Patriots. But, man, this has been fun. 27-13 at the half. The Browns lead the Patriots. 40 points already. Dylan Gabriel, 12 of 15, 186 yards, and 3 touchdowns. He's lighting. Look, I don't care if it's third stringers, fourth stringers, or what. The fact that the Patriots backups can't stop Dylan Gabriel and the Browns backups is pretty embarrassing. I mean, if you ever need another reason, if I needed another reason, if producer Brandon Combs needed another reason to say the Patriots are going to take a step back this year, their depth. Yikes. Again, I don't care if it's third stringers or what. I mean, Dylan Gabriel's throwing the ball to Gage Larvadane and Ben Patterson and Cole Wilson. Who are these guys? And he's tearing them up. Maybe it says more about Dylan Gabriel. Maybe this is just a really bad night for Shedeur Sanders because Dylan Gabriel is lighting it up. And then the Steelers lead the Bills 27-17. My guy Drew Aller, 6 of 10, 65 yards. I got this puppy on right now. I don't know what the hell was happening. The Bills were like backed up inside their own 5. It felt like for like a half hour. So I don't know. I don't know what was going on. I haven't been paying too much attention to that one, even though I love my guy Drew Aller. I feel like I've rarely seen him in the Steelers offense on the field for the last 15 minutes. So there you go. Let's get back to a little hot or cold here. Oh, by the way, we do have a tweet that I wanted to mention. We have 2 tweets. You can hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Our guy Bob Small tweets in, I hope the bilingual dude from Cali calls in from 7-Eleven drive-thru again tonight. That was classic. That was classic. Last night, Dan from Baja California called in. I didn't even know 7-Eleven had a drive-thru, which is awesome in of itself. And on top of that, he's ordering beers from the 7-Eleven drive-thru. Like he got his own personal sixer. He got 5 Dos Equis and 1 Bohemia. Sent me a picture on Instagram to confirm it. Awesome. And he's talking obviously English with us, giving his take on J.J. McCarthy and how the NFL is a development problem. And then like in between his takes, in between his sentences, he's speaking Spanish to the drive-thru worker at 7-Eleven about what beers he wants. I mean, phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, that was great. Appreciate you tweeting that in and reminding everybody, Bob Small. And then Cavatelli, who comes, I don't know if they're a Bears fan or just a Packers hater.
Bears fan,
but they got to be a Bears fan because they tweet in fantasy quarterback, average draft position, Caleb Williams, 70th as QB number 8, Jordan Love, 149th as QB 20. Just saying, hashtag bleep the Packers. Yeah, that's fine. You can take your fantasy rankings and you know what? You can shove it. You can stick it where the sun don't shine because when Jordan Love wins the MVP this year, he's probably going to be number 1. And when Caleb Williams and the Bears miss the playoffs, I'd be very happy and very interested to see where they land. Although, again, I do think Caleb Williams and the Bears probably have the Bears offense have a pretty solid season. I think it's the defense that's going to let them down this year that leads to them being 8-9 or 9-8, missing the playoffs. Combs, welcome back in. A little hot or cold? We got another couple items on the docket. What's up?
I've got my eye on this Dodgers and Braves, and we were going to talk about it earlier in the show about whether or not Major League Baseball has to allow all plays to be reviewed. Sometimes I don't even think the review matters because there was just a play in the Dodgers and Braves game where I believe it's Laz Diaz who is the first base umpire, and it's a double play ball that would have ended the inning. Miguel Rojas is out by at least 2-3 feet. And it goes to replay. And Laz Diaz, for one, was way out of position to make this call. He says that he pulls his foot. He never pulls his foot. He's out by at least 3 feet. And the replay says the call on the field stands. I don't understand how we continue. It's like the foul ball the other day that was clearly a fair ball for a home run that takes one away from Pete Alonso. Like, I don't understand how replay can be so bad. I don't get it.
It's like, remember when you could challenge pass interference in the NFL, and they only did it for a year, and they were like, by the end, they were like, we're not going to ever overturn it ever. Like, sorry, this was a dumb rule. We get it. We're never overturning it. That's what baseball replay feels like sometimes.
Sometimes. Like, because it's just, for one, I don't know why Laz Diaz is up the line between second and first during a double play ball is beyond me. Because he's not even in a position to call him that he's off the bag, but that's what he calls. I don't get it, man. Major League umpires are so bad, and nobody in the Major League Baseball seems to want to be able to take control of Major League Baseball umpires and hold them accountable. Like, there's no punishment for these guys, because even when baseball tried to punish them and say, "Oh, we're not going to give you a playoff series because you weren't very good during they got sued." It's just crazy. And then Chris Sale does complete his fourth career complete game shutout, which used to be, most guys would get that by May back in the day. This is the fourth career one for Chris Sale.
I'm watching it now, dude, because somebody tweeted in Laz Diaz is not real. He comes out and he goes, and out. No, safe. Safe. Not out, safe. Like, dude, I mean, he is the new Angel Hernandez. He is the worst umpire in baseball. He's a joke. And he's like, I can only, from the times I've seen him ump Yankee games and him and Aaron Boone, that was like the famous Aaron Boone blow up when he imitates Laz Diaz and his stupid strike 3 call. He's a guy too that just like he makes the worst calls and then like he acts like he's the best umpire in baseball. It's like, how dare you question me? I hate him.
If you know an umpire's name, it's because they're not good at their job.
Exactly.
That's why we know Alfonso Marquez. That's why we know Laz Diaz. It's just you're not good at your job. And so it baffles me that Chris Sale had to throw more pitches to get that complete game shutout, but he does get it. It's so bad. Major League Baseball is so
Combs,
bad. Anyway,
before we do get to the next item on hot or cold, we do have a texter 443 number texting in. Combs, all exclamation points, spitting nothing but facts. It's about money, not safety. We were debating last segment the new NFL suspension rule that if you commit 3 of the 5 offenses, hip drop tackle, horse collar tackle, blindside block, hitting on a defenseless player, and launching, it's a 1-game suspension. Combs, you think that it's just a smokescreen? The NFL does not do nearly enough about player safety because it is all about the money. And one of the texters agrees with you vehemently.
Yeah, I mean, and I appreciate the text. I appreciate the shout out. I appreciate you listening. It is. I mean, it's just always been that way. Because again, and this, I mean, that's my retort to the whole thing is if it's really about player safety, then why isn't this? I understand that after 3 of these penalties, you get suspended for 1 game. But if it's really about player safety, why isn't each one of these penalties an automatic ejection from whatever game you're in when you get the penalty? And then on top of that, if you get a third one, you're suspended for an added game. That's what the rule should be if it's really about player safety. But again, it's just kind of what the NFL does. Smoke screens.
That's a good point. All right, what's next on hot or cold? Well, college football?
Yes, sir. Let's do the SEC will get 4 or more teams into the college football playoff this year.
And you're asking hot or cold. I'm
hot or cold.
I'm gonna go with hot. I think this is going to be a banner year for the SEC. Now, again, whether they win the national championship or not, we'll see. I think it's going to be Notre Dame, but I already have said if it's not the Irish, I do think it'll be Texas. I think this is going to be a big year for the SEC. Going to the 9-game conference schedule, I think, is going to help them out immensely. Strength of schedules. Oh, we belong in because look at this schedule and look at that. And at this team, they both have 2 losses. where you get a 3-loss. We already got a 3-loss SEC team in a year ago with Alabama getting in ahead of Notre Dame. So if it happened last year, now that they're playing 9 conference games, why wouldn't it happen this year? Georgia's going to get in. Texas is going to get in. I think, and then out of these next teams here, Texas A&M, Ole Miss, Oklahoma, LSU, Alabama, those 5, I think you get another 2 of those teams in. If I had to predict which ones, I would say probably Oklahoma, because I think John Mateer is awesome, and I think their defense with Brent Venables is loaded as ever. I love John Mateer. I think Oklahoma gets in. I can honestly see Lane Kiffin and LSU getting in, but I don't know. I'm not high on Alabama. So I could be wrong on A&M. I don't think Marcel Reed is all that great, and I think they have to replace a ton from last year. I'm worried about Pete Golding in the first full year of Ole Miss, although I do think Trinidad Chambliss is fantastic and electrifying. So it'll probably be either Ole Miss or Texas A&M to join Oklahoma, Georgia, and Texas. I do think the SEC gets at least 4 teams in. And I don't know if they could get more than 4, because at some point you got to run out of numbers with the other conferences in the group of 5s.
I think the new scheduling system in the SEC is going to haunt them this year. I really do. I mean, you look at some of these schedules, the LSU schedule, they've got Ole Miss, Texas A&M, Alabama, Texas, and Tennessee all on their schedule. At Tennessee, which is always a tough place to play. I don't know that LSU can survive that. And I don't know that if you're telling me that you're going to get a 3-loss SEC team in there as a 4th team, I have a hard time believing that, because I think that the Big Ten is going to find a way to have 4 teams in, if not 3 at the very least. And then you got your 5 conference champions, right? Your group of 5. That leaves 6 spots left. Notre Dame, if they're going to be one, that's 6. So that leaves 6 spots left. I mean, if you're telling me that you're getting 3 Big Ten teams, that leaves 3 spots left. I just don't know that you're going to have enough room. And I don't know that the new SEC scheduling, where they actually have to play each other, I mean, these schedules are brutal in the SEC. So I would venture to tell you that a 3-loss SEC team with these schedules, if you're telling me that LSU has 3 losses, if you're telling me that, Alabama has 3 losses, I would argue the same way that I argued last year for Alabama, that 3 losses on their schedule is better than 2 losses on anybody else's schedule. And that might be the argument for the SEC to get 4 teams in.
Okay. Yeah. So again, it's the 5 highest ranked champions from any Division I FBS conference. So SEC, Big 10, Big 12, ACC, and then a group of 5. So that leaves 7 at-large bids. I guess Notre Dame could have a terrible year, but you and I are going to assume as Notre Dame fans, they're going to get in. So yeah, that would leave 6 spots. It would leave 6 spots. Can the SEC grab 4 of those? I think they can. And I disagree. I think that 9-game conference schedule, they're going to use that as strength of schedule, and you are going to get a 3-loss team just like you did last year. And I think that eventually enough of the cream will rise to the crop, where it's not going to be a bunch of 8-4s and 9-3s. You'll have your Georgia, Texas, probably at the top at 11-1 and 10-2. You'll probably have another 10-2 out of any of those teams we mentioned, and you'll probably have a 9-3, a couple of 9-3s. And then at that point, it's like, again, it's all right, whose resume looks stronger? So I think, and
it's funny,
definitely.
I look at Texas A&M's schedule as we're talking about it, and they have to go to LSU, and they have to go to Alabama. But beyond that, I mean, they get Tennessee at home, and they have to go to Oklahoma, and they do play Texas. So, I mean, their schedule might be more conducive than anybody else's in the conference to getting them in. Because their 3rd loss could end up being on the final game of the season against Texas, who at that time might be the number 1 ranked team in the country. So you look at that schedule, maybe they're there. Could you see a 4-loss SEC team?
No
into
way.
the college football
no
playoff?
way.
Well, I mean,
no way.
Would you put that past the committee? You don't think that? Do
if
you
you got
think,
a
I guess
there
this goes
should
to
be
whether or not
enough
you
good
think there's an
college
SEC
football
bias.
teams. Well, there should be enough good college football teams that like there's no chance a team that has 4 losses is ranked in the top 12. There's just not. There's too many teams. There's too many good teams that then you'd be looking at the 12th ranked team in the country being 8-4. Now again, could an 8-4 team get over 9-3? Again, maybe. I don't know. I think that's impossible that a 4-loss team gets in.
I think that's what you're looking at is if the 4th team in the SEC has 4 losses. Let's say it's Alabama with 4 losses when you look at Alabama's schedule. And then what your argument then is going to end up being is, does a 4-loss SEC team with the schedule that they play belong in over a 2-loss Big 12 team who played who? Over a 2-loss, whatever other conference team, ACC team, that played who? Like those could be, that could be a legit argument. And look, I'm not an SEC guy. I don't clamor for the SEC. I don't think the SEC is any longer the king of college football. I really don't. I think there's more parity in college football than ever before. And I think that the last 3 national champions being Big Ten schools kind of proves that. But I would say that if you're playing these types of schedules, it's something that I've said for Notre Dame for years, because Notre Dame always played a hard schedule, always played some of the toughest teams in the country, and it usually hurt them. So if you're going to have a schedule like this, I think that the argument of a 4-loss SEC team being better than a 2-loss Big 12 team, being better than a 2-loss ACC team, or maybe even being better than a 1-loss or undefeated Sunbelt team.
All right, we got to grab a break. 310-840-4910. We'll come right back with your phone calls and your texts because we've got a couple of both waiting for us when we return. That's producer Brandon Combs. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The big dumper has been a big disappointment. Cal Raleigh, 60 home runs last year. So far this year, he has 59 hits. 59 hits. I stopped checking the batting average to see if he could get it above 200 because I don't think it's going to happen this year. Now, he's 7 for his last 20. With 5 home runs in the mix, including that 3-homer game against the Phillies on Monday. But in my opinion, far too little, far too late from Cal Raleigh, who we were talking about MVP last year. The Mariners, all the way to the ALCS, they finally had the offense to go with the pitching. And yes, again, like many of these teams associated with the disappointing players we're talking about, the problems are many in Seattle. They've gone to this 6-man rotation. It's been pretty inconsistent. At least the names that you would expect to be more consistent have been more inconsistent than not. Kirby and Miller atop that list. Miller now hurt. Who knows when he makes his next start. But offensively, they were supposed to have finally figured it out. And Cal Raleigh is hitting 167. Again, 59 hits. 59 hits in over 400 plate appearances when he hit 60 homers last year. So Cal Raleigh, number 1 in my power rankings of the biggest disappointments.
And Stribling, I knew about, but I didn't know his catch radius is what it is. 10-inch hands. I know it's preseason, so I'll slow down. But when you just sit back and watch this guy, he just has something about him to where he is not the bright lights don't seem to phase him. And I feel like he's Kawhi Leonard with those hands and the balls that are coming his way. Now, he dropped an easy touchdown last week, but he got 11 catches in 2 preseason games. So he's been Spider-Man on everything that's coming his way. But to answer your question right now, I'd give him the stamp of approval of, man, this dude's got 4.3 speed and the ability to hang on the ball when Brock Purdy's throwing it to him or Mac Jones. So my question right now, or my answer to your question would be, hell yeah, he looks like he could be electric. But then we got to see what happens when it's real time and real action. And it's kind of funny. A reporter asked Kyle at his presser yesterday about Stribling, and basically to get Kyle excited about Stribling and what he's seen. And Kyle basically, and I don't know if it was, Stribling just being a rookie, was kind of, yeah, it's been okay. But we'll see when it's regular season. And we were having some fun with it. Like, he doesn't sound impressed, or that's just a ball coach not going to hype up his rookie until it's real action. But we're excited out here about him.
Yeah, I think just waiting for October to get here. It seems like they do this, year after year. Just they kind of get bored. They're not trying to set records for postseason wins or anything like that. Probably going to, win less than 100 games, but still win the division by a comfortable margin. So, but yeah, every single year they just kind of, let up on the gas pedal and cruise in October, and then as long as they're healthy and fresh, and usually those guys are fresh because no one's worn out. No one's been pushed to limits, or no one's going to be exhausted come when October rolls around.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We do have some folks on hold that want to talk about some potential SEC bias, but we will have a short segment here. Apologies for that. So for the folks that want to weigh in on college football and the SEC, I ask you to hold, and we will get to you as soon as we fire up the top of the hour in a couple of minutes. So for now, let's just get you a couple of baseball scores because we haven't talked a whole lot of baseball tonight. Combs was mentioning it last segment about Laz Diaz, but how about the fourth career complete game shutout for one of the best pitchers of this generation and a future first ballot Hall of Famer, Chris Sale? 9 innings, 5 hits, no runs, 11 strikeouts as he shuts out the LA Dodgers, the two-time World Series reigning champions. Chris Sale on top of his stuff tonight. He was filthy. The one lone run, a Drake Baldwin home run to lead off the game in the bottom of the first. That was it. And then a nothing but donuts afterwards. So the Braves beat the Dodgers 1-0. That's a massive win for Atlanta in their quest for the NL East title, and also a chance to maybe get home field advantage in the National League because they're not far off Milwaukee, which, by the way, the Brewers smacking the Mets 8-2, so they're going to get win number 83, barring a collapse. Another big couple of first innings, and Jacob Mizorowski, 6 innings, 2 hits, 6 strikeouts, electric again. And not the kind of Cy Young numbers he's been putting up all year, but pretty damn good none the least. All right, when we come back, we'll get right to your phone calls, and we've got more preseason updates coming at you here on BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. This is Westwood One Sports.
but I think this stacks up nicely for Minnesota. This is a decent starting five. I don't know if it's the kind of starting five that can compete for a Western Conference title against San Antonio and OKC, but Anthony Edwards, LaMelo Ball, Jaden McDaniels, Rudy Gobert, and now Jonathan Kuminga. He's not Naz Reid defensively, but I think if I'm the T-Wolves, I'll take that. That was the one hole on your roster that you had to shore up. You had to slap the old flex tape on the side of the boat before the season started, and they took care of it. Again, I don't think it gets them up there in the rarefied air of San Antonio and OKC, but if you want to be right there on that next level with the Nuggets, and maybe if Luka's healthy and having a good year, the Lakers, you're solidly there. You're solidly there with Denver on that second tier behind OKC and San Antonio.
And I should say Joe Brady is calling plays he knows won't work against the plays that Jim Leonard, the DC, is calling, just to see how Josh Allen can handle it. So there's that, but I think it's bigger than that. I think that, look, there's no more important relationship in sports than the one between the head coach and the quarterback. Josh Allen is 30. Joe Brady is 36. They can relate to each other as fathers. They can relate to each other in every possible way off the field. And really, it wasn't a good relationship. It wasn't a great relationship, I should say, between Allen and McDermott. It wasn't like toxic. They weren't at each other's throats. This isn't something that you were going to see, Skip and Stephen A. and all the talking heads lose their minds about, because Josh Allen is he's a good team player. He's the son of a farmer. He's going to do what he's told. He's not going to ball up a fist and demand this and demand that. But it's got to be a special dynamic relationship if you're going to get to a Super Bowl and win it. Josh Allen and Sean McDermott was never that. I think Josh Allen and Joe Brady has the potential to be that. They've really evolved and grown together.
the hottest takes, and the craziest one-liners you'll ever hear. With your host, Pat Boyle. It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Thursday night extravaganza kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Final hour, we open the phone lines to you to talk about whatever you would like to get in on the lines. Anything we've discussed so far in the show, from the Josh Jacobs formal charges that were put into play today, making a suspension seem pretty damn likely, although when? When would that suspension come? Would the NFL do it before the season starts for the Packers star running back, or could they wait to see how it plays out in court with his preliminary court hearing now for the middle of November? We've been keeping you updated on the 3 NFL preseason games going on all night, and now we've got a fourth one about to enter into the mix, the Chargers and the Rams, with Justin Herbert and the Chargers starters about to play about 6 to 9 plays. Ty Simpson definitely playing for the Rams, so that's a good one that we'll keep you posted on for the remainder of the show. We'll get you a scoreboard update on the other 3 games coming up in just a bit. But let's kick off this final hour here with your phone calls at 310-840-4910. Also the big game of the night in baseball, Braves and the Dodgers. Chris Sale, 4th career shutout. He shuts down the 2-time reigning World Series champions with a 1-0 win, a Drake Baldwin homer in the first inning, the only run to cross the plate. So let's get to your phone calls here. We've talked a lot of SEC football tonight, a lot of college football. 310-840-4910. Josh is next up in Miami here on BetMGM Tonight. Josh, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are we doing tonight?
Good, brother. Good, man. What's on your mind?
Just a little bit of the SEC bias that we always hear around the country. I mean, that worked out really well for Alabama last year getting into the playoffs as they backed their way in and got dog walked as usual.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I think we're all getting ourselves a little bit ahead, which is fine, because you always count Miami out down here. Number 7 ranking when you have like 2 or 3 teams above Miami that Miami beat last year. And all they did was go out, retool, get a decent quarterback, probably better than Carson Beck, added another receiver to the team, and probably have the best triplets in the nation. But they put him at 7, and Arch Manning hasn't shown me he's Peyton or even Eli yet. But as far as going back to the SEC, I don't care, because in this day and age, everybody's paying to play. That's why Nick Saban left, because he was a cheater, and they were doing it. And when Saban realized everybody else was going to be able to do it, he ran. He is just a giant, shiny turd. We see what he did to the Dolphins. I'm out, bro.
Wow. Josh, what a call. You just called Nick Saban a giant, shiny turd. How about that? 310-840-4910. Look, there was a lot of things that you said right, and there's a lot of things that I completely disagree with. Let me start with the positive stuff for you. Yeah, there is an SEC bias. There absolutely is. Alabama did not deserve to get into the college football playoff last year. Again, when you look at the fact that they lost to a really mediocre Florida State team to begin the season, but because it happened in week 1, it didn't matter. But Notre Dame loses to the 2 teams that make the college football playoff, one of them being the national runners-up in Miami, and they lose to them in Texas A&M by a combined 4 points. But that was enough to keep Notre Dame out. Yet Alabama, again, loses to Florida State by 14 the first week of the season. They lose to Oklahoma at home. Yes, Oklahoma, a college football playoff team who they then beat, but lose to them at home. and then get smashed in the SEC title game. Yes, it's an extra game, but they got crushed. Like, they didn't even look like they belonged on the field with Georgia in that game, and that was enough to get them in over Notre Dame, which I thought was pure poppycock. I thought it was pure poppycock. So, yeah, there was an SEC bias last year, and there feels like there is an SEC bias. But look, the results don't lie. The fact that a team hasn't been to the national championship game in the last 3 years, let alone won it since Georgia went back-to-back, I think is very telling. Then again, I do feel like the SEC has a whole lot of depth, and they've got a lot of great talent on paper. Now, does that buy you anything? Does that buy you a title, having the deepest conference? No, it doesn't. But Combs and I were debating if there is even a possibility, a shred of a possibility, of a 4-team SEC team potentially getting in this year over, let's say, the second best team in the ACC, whether that is SMU, maybe Clemson has a big bounce back year and they go 10-2, but hey, Alabama goes 8-4 and they lost to 4 teams inside the top 10, and Clemson loses one game to Miami and another game to an unranked team. I don't think the system is completely broken. College football and the NCAA, I mean, it would be one of the biggest scandals ever if they were to put a 4-loss SEC team in the college football playoff. With how many teams that are ranked, that would be ranked in the region of 11 to 16, that would only have 2 losses or even 3? I don't know. There's no way. There's no way. But that is why they went to a 9-game conference schedule. They're not dumb. Greg Sankey and the folks at the Southeastern Conference, they're smart. They said, hey, more games we play against each other, yeah, we might have a lot more 9-3 teams. We might have, we might not be able to boast 3 teams at the top at 11-1, but hey, it's the fact that the strength of schedule is going to matter so much on the resume when we stack up these teams against one another. That's going to work in our favor. Let's do it. Maybe one less game against the Arkansas Pine Bluffs of the world and the Louisiana Monroes and the Georgia Southerns. One more game against SEC competition, and it's going to work in their favor. I mean, again, I think at least 4 SEC teams will get in. You've got, 7 of them ranked in the top 25 and 5 of them ranked in the top 15? I want the play on the field to do the talking. Now, where you're wrong, Josh, is, again, and I heard from another Miami Hurricane fan last week who geez, you guys are insufferable sometimes. It was an incredible job last year. An amazing job that I don't think anybody saw coming. What Mario Cristobal did, how Carson Beck elevated in the college football playoff, how loaded with talent, NFL talent, their offensive and defensive lines were. Bain, Mesidor, Mauanoa on the offensive line. That was your strength. So kudos again. In case it wasn't said enough, kudos on your run to the national title game. And if not playing for Fernando Mendoza and Kurt Signetti and an Indiana team that just dropped jaws and dropped teams to the canvas week in and week out, maybe you would have won the title. Those Hurricanes fans that are longing for the days of the U, where everybody feared them. Now it's everybody disrespects us. Nah, Combs and I were going through, and Brad and I before were going through the ACC. I expect Miami to win the ACC again. I expect them to be in the college football playoff. So there's nobody that's forgetting about them. You're ranked number 7. Indiana won the title last year. They're ranked number 6. And the rankings, for a large part, mean absolutely nothing. A lot of the time, we see it. They don't mean anything. But the fact that you're ranked number 7, that's a lot of respect. Would you want to be ranked number 1? Come on. You lost your 4 or 5 overall best players to the NFL. Now, Malachi Toney is awesome. And if there's anybody that's not a quarterback that can win the Heisman this year, it could be Malachi Toney. And Darian Mensah balled out at Duke last year. Now, can he do it? He should be able to do it again with better talent around him. The biggest thing, though, for Miami, and again, any Hurricanes fan should say this when you ask them, what was the strength? What was the best part of the Miami team last year? It was both the offensive and defensive lines. It was the trenches. And when you have to replace 75% of that on the offensive and defensive line combined, pardon me for thinking that you might not be as good this year and still thinking that you're going to get to the college football playoff, because I just think the ACC is weak. If the ACC was stronger, who knows? But, I mean, Clemson, they got a new quarterback in Vizzini, whatever his name is. I mean, he was sitting behind Cade Klubnik last year. And Cade Klubnik was, again, a long list of Clemson quarterbacks in the last 5 years that have been overhyped. And so there's not a whole lot of hype around Clemson this year. And it would take one hell of a coaching job from Dabo Swinney to turn it around. I'm not expecting much from them. I think Florida State is going to be mid once again. I think SMU could surprise. Not expecting a whole lot from James Franklin and Virginia Tech. So, yeah, like the conference is there for the taking. Combs says it in our show chat. He's right. Miami, they just want to be the underdog. You want to have that underdog mentality because you feel like you should be talked about in the national championship conversation. And again, you're ranked 7 in the preseason poll. There's only one tier above that you could be put, and that is everybody picking you like they're picking Ohio State, Notre Dame, Texas, Georgia to win the national title. You're right outside that conversation to start the year. What more could you want? 310-840-4910. All right, let's get you a scoreboard update here for the NFL preseason. So it's gone final in Buffalo. Great finish. The Bills come back and win this one. Now, Shane Buechele, I didn't expect him to play the whole game. He does. He's their third-string quarterback. Shane Buechele leads the Bills on a touchdown drive. They go for 2. They win the game. Drew Aller and the Steelers had a chance on that final possession, but they turn it over on downs. Drew Aller was going deep to Lake McCree on 4th down from their own 38, not able to hook up with them, and the Bills win it 28-27. I wouldn't say Drew Aller was spectacular. Pretty forgettable performance overall. 9 of 18, 88 yards. Tried to launch the ball down the field a couple of times. Couldn't hook up with his receivers. So for me, it doesn't really change much in terms of what the situation's going to look like in a couple of days when it's cut down day. Because Will Howard went 9 of 15, 69 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. And we were talking about it while it was going on. The 2 touchdowns he threw were screen passes. The interception he threw was terrible. I think Will Howard is going to get cut. I think Drew Aller is going to be the third-string quarterback behind Mason Rudolph and Aaron Rodgers. And I think if something were to happen to Rodgers, an injury, or if his play is so bad that, again, the season's probably over at that point, so it would probably be an injury in the first couple of weeks of the season, they're going to go to Mason Rudolph. I have high hopes for Drew Aller. But at this point, I just can't imagine Mike McCarthy, if something happens to Rodgers in the first couple of weeks of the season, turning the keys over to a rookie, Drew Aller, who, again, he said it himself, there had to be a factory reset in the first couple of weeks of OTAs and then into training camp. I think Drew Aller is the quarterback of the future in the Steelers. For the Steelers, I think he's their starting quarterback in 2027. But as much as I would love to see it, I think that if anything does happen, again, knock on wood that it doesn't, but in case it does to Aaron Rodgers, I think Mason Rudolph is going to be the next man up for the Pittsburgh Steelers. In Las Vegas, Raiders tied with the Niners 9-9, and we saw quite a bit of Fernando Mendoza. Another lackluster performance, though. 7 of 14, 57 yards. An interception that you could maybe say was his fault, was his receiver's fault. Jalen Naylor did go off his hands. Mendoza tried to fit it into a tight window. But, again, the backups on that offensive line for Vegas, they are bad. So they struggle to protect him. And now to start the fourth quarter, the Raiders just put Aiden O'Connell into the ball game. And Las Vegas, I believe, just punted it away. So it's been Adrian Martinez for most of the game for San Francisco. They're playing all of their backups. I was more so stunned that Kirk Cousins started this game for Vegas. They had him. Clint Kubiak rolled out Brock Bowers, Jalen Naylor, Trey Tucker, Jack Besh, and Mike Washington Jr., the running back who might be their starting running back week one if Ashton Genty can't recover from whatever ankle injury he's got going on. We got no update on that from Clint Kubiak, and ahead of this game, he didn't reveal what the hell the plan was going to be, and then all of a sudden, Kirk Cousins is out there with the entire first unit. And Kirk Cousins went 8 of 11 for 51 yards, a lot of dink and dunks, and he was getting booed. The fans wanted Mendoza. But Mendoza didn't shine like he did in his preseason debut, so 9-9, Raiders and the Niners tied early in the fourth quarter. And then, really quickly, the battle for Los Angeles, Rams and the Chargers have kicked it off. Rams got the ball first. The things to know going into this game, Ty Simpson is playing and is expected to play at least the first half. And I think that's huge because I think the Rams' backup quarterback battle is going to be something to keep a very close eye on. Again, just like in Pittsburgh, knock on wood that nothing happens to Matthew Stafford. But if he were to get hurt in the first couple of weeks of the season with a Super Bowl roster that added Myles Garrett in the offseason, and again, it seems inevitable that Aaron Donald is coming back, who are the Rams going to? Are they going to Ty Simpson if something happens to Stafford, who they just drafted with the 13th overall pick, or are they going to Stetson Bennett? So that makes this game pretty interesting to keep an eye on. And again, as Rams fans, you're hoping that you never have to see Ty Simpson or Stetson Bennett. But in case the worst case scenario does happen, who is it going to be? Ty Simpson on his first drive went 2 for 3 for 13 yards. But the Rams did stall and had to punt. And then for the Chargers, Justin Herbert and the starters playing and expected to play about 6 to 9 plays because they played last week and they went 3 and out on their first drive, and that was it. So Jim Harbaugh and Mike McDaniel want to get some more work for their starter as well. I mean, also another brutal first drive. Herbert finds Charlie Kohler for 9 yards, and then on the second play, fumbles the snap, and the Rams jump on it. So I would expect to see at least another drive of Justin Herbert and the Chargers offense. So the Rams took over in the red zone. They were not able to score a touchdown, though. Ty Simpson, again, 1 for 2 on that second drive for 7 yards. They tried to run it on third down and got stuffed. So Harrison Mevis kicked a 27-yard field goal. So the Rams lead the Chargers 3-0. I expect to see another drive of Ty Simpson. And I'm going to have that on NFL Network, so I'll keep you posted on that one. And then we'll see if, again, how long Ty Simpson plays and if Stetson Bennett is coming in for the second half. 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. We'll get you plenty of baseball updates when we return, and we'll get to more of your phone calls because we've got plenty of them. So hold on tight. We'll get more of your phone calls right away when we return. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
It can seem like a square peg in a round hole. He is a 5'10 quarterback who is just a tornado. Like, he's using every contour of the football field to make plays when he's at his best. And then Kevin O'Connell is West Coast offense. We are going to insert this information into your quarterback brain. You will know exactly where to go with the football with all your reads. Here's what you're looking at, make the play. It seems like it wouldn't work. I think it's going to work for the reasons you just laid out. All of the weaponry, and it's night and day from what he had in Arizona. We can get into that too. And the coaching is top notch. They've got the defense. But what really fascinates me is here's somebody who is arguably the greatest high school football player in Texas history. 3 state titles, never lost a game. Heisman Trophy winner, #1 pick. Chase Edmonds, one of his best friends, former Cardinals running back. Put it this way. This is the first time that Kyler Murray has ever faced adversity. Like he is knocked down to the canvas really for the first time. This is it. If it doesn't work out for Kyler Murray in this situation, he's not going to be a starter the next year. It's got to work out. He has every incentive for it to work out. If he balls out, he can get a contract in the 40s or 50 million per year. So Kevin O'Connell's job is on the line. Potentially, you could say he's got to win a playoff game. I think he's one of the best offensive coaches, but there is a new GM there. He's feeling some pressure. Kyler Murray's feeling some pressure. And the best way that they can make this work, according to those former coaches with Arizona, is when it comes to Kyler, you have to be aggressive. You have to be in his face. You have to say, look, throw him the mother bleeping ball. He wants that. He wants the hard coaching. Like that, he is that kind of competitor. He wants to be on that Mamba frequency where you guys are clashing, you guys are butting heads, you're barking, you're biting, and you figure stuff out. So that's going to be the Vikings' challenge: is how to push Kyler Murray in ways that he needs to be pushed. Because if he is, I think you're going to see a very special quarterback in 2026.
Thomas Castellanos is coming back to Texas Tech, who's been looking for another arm for a while. Castellanos, you may remember, went undrafted, didn't withdraw from the draft, went undrafted, and then showed up to Dolphins OTAs for a tryout. This apparently is okay. Why? I'm not sure. Maybe we'll get news today that it's not okay because the Big 12, one of the 3 conferences so far that has enacted new rules that will levy discipline against teams that bring players back for their 5th year for any amount of college eligibility after they've been in a pro training camp or shown up in an NFL preseason game. One of the qualifications in this rule, as it's been written across the SEC, Big 10, and Big 12, and I'm sure ACC very shortly will add their name to the list of conferences enacting such a rule, is that if you declared for a professional sports league draft or supplemental draft and failed to withdraw in time, Tommy Castellanos did not withdraw from the draft. He just went undrafted. And then again, showed up to Dolphins OTAs for a tryout. Did he sign a contract? No. Is that the delineation now? I don't know. Is it maybe because it's Texas Tech and not Lane Kiffin and LSU? Church lady reference for those of you that go back to the 80s. Maybe that's the problem. Lane Kiffin's not involved in this, so we don't have to hate it. I don't know. College football tastemakers, you tell me. Where is my selective outrage supposed to go now? This is why this whole thing has been overblown from the very beginning.
BetMGM tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All right, we'll get you some baseball scores in just a bit, and we'll get to your phone calls in about 2 minutes at 310-840-4910. But, man, Well, if you needed to see more of Justin Herbert, and if there was a lot of concerns about the Chargers offense looking really, really bad in the 2 series that they've been on the field so far, last week, 3 and out, that was it. Today, Justin Herbert fumbles the second snap and they lose it. He comes back out, nearly throws an interception on a tipped pass, and you're like, I mean, I'm watching this game in the break, and I'm like, dude, what is happening? Like, they're going to have to play him like the whole first half if they don't figure it out. The next play, Justin Herbert throws an absolute missile that went about 60 yards in the air to Quentin Johnston, who just like he was Seabiscuit, sprinted past everybody. A magical missile bomb of a touchdown, 65-yard touchdown pass, Herbert to Quentin Johnston. And I think there you go. That's probably the end of the night for Justin Herbert, and that probably settles a lot of nerves for some Chargers fans. They lead the Rams 7-3, and we'll see if we see any more of Herbert, like I said. But, man, that was a freaking bomb that he just threw for a tud. So Ty Simpson in the game for the Rams. That one to keep an eye on. The Niners added another field goal. They lead the Raiders 12-9. Mendoza, not a great night. Aiden O'Connell, let's see if he can lead maybe another game-winning touchdown drive like he did last week when they played Houston. And then good night for the Browns backups, man, and good night for Taylon Green. I know a lot of Browns fans were excited about their rookie quarterback, the third one they've drafted in the last 2 years, the 6th-rounder from Arkansas. He is 6'4", and he runs a 4.3 40, and he showed off the speed and he showed off the arm strength tonight. Or he's showing it off. He's still in the game. But the Browns just scored another touchdown. They are whooping the Patriots. Game doesn't mean anything, of course, but still 34-13. Taylon Green, 4 for 4, 27 yards, and he's also got 7 carries for 64 yards. You might want to draw up some plays in that playbook of yours, Todd Monken, for Taylon Green on some design runs, because he can freaking get after it. He had a 30-yard run where he was in the back of the end zone, almost Dan Orlovsky'd himself, and then went out of the end zone and just took off like an arrow for a 30-yard dart run. That was incredible. I mean, the Dylan Gabriel stole the show, though. He went 12 of 15 for 186 yards and 3 touchdowns, all in the first half. So, good stuff from the Browns backups tonight. All right, let's get to your phone calls here. 310-840-4910. Let's get to John, who's in San Diego, next up on BetMGM tonight. John, what's going on?
Well, not much. I'm a Steelers fan, and they're in negotiation with Joey Porter Jr., and I'm looking at next year's college draft, 2027. There's a bunch of college kids that are scared to be franchise quarterbacks, and I think what the Steelers ought to do is give them off to the Falcons or the Raiders for first and switch first and second round picks. And if they get a franchise quarterback, they're going to finish probably a little over 500 again. And they're picking.
You talking about the Steelers?
Are
you talking about for this year, or are you talking about for next year, John?
Next year. They're a 500 team now. They need a franchise quarterback. They need to get somebody in there that's decent. They haven't had a franchise quarterback since Big Ben left, and they need it desperately. I like to see them trade picks with either the Falcons or
hold
the
on.
Raiders.
What's wrong with Drew Aller? I'm glazing Drew Aller left and right. What's wrong with Drew Aller? You don't believe in him for next year, for 2027?
It's a preseason, my man. Doesn't count. They're not coming at you. They're playing.
I understand. You just drafted Drew Aller. You just drafted Drew Aller, and you drafted Will Howard last year. You want to draft another quarterback without seeing either of these guys play a single snap?
Howard's a bust. He's had his chance this year, and he threw a couple interceptions early on. Some of these guys don't work.
I've been right there saying Will Howard's going to get cut, but Drew Aller. We got to let you go because you keep talking over me. I'll talk. I'll give you plenty of time to talk, John, but you got to let me talk. We'll get to the Joey Porter stuff in a second, but you want to trade Joey Porter, and you think you're going to get a first-round pick for him or a second-round pick? Come on, that's just not how the NFL works. You're not getting that for Joey Porter Jr. It's not happening. I know he's in a big contract dispute right now, and it's kind of bubbling over here, and it's becoming, I guess, ugly in terms of what is potentially going to happen here in the next couple of days if they don't come to an agreement with him. but and there's a trade that's on the table. You want to trade that and get a first or a second round draft pick and then take a quarterback for the third straight year in the draft. Now, Will Howard has been terrible, and I've been saying that, and I've been saying for the last 2 weeks, he's going to get cut on cut down day. You're not carrying 4 quarterbacks. Drew Aller looked freaking awesome in his first preseason game. He's looked okay in his last 2. Hasn't turned the ball over, hasn't really made any of those wow throws that I saw him make in the first game. But again, you just drafted another quarter. You drafted him in the 3rd round. One thing, you drafted Will Howard in the 6th round. I guess that's pretty expendable, especially after a year where, he broke his hand or he got the hand injury last year. He didn't even get the chance to play in the preseason, and then he wasn't playing at all last year in the regular season. He's looked bad here in this preseason, so he's gone. What are you going to do? You just drafted Drew Aller. You're going to draft another quarterback? I mean, come on. There's no way that's going to happen. I appreciate the call. I don't know if John is still there or not, but we're going to move on.
I'm there. I'm here. I'm letting you talk.
Yeah, no, John, I appreciate the call. I wanted to move on to the next caller anyway, so Lee, you can let him go. But you haven't even, and so you're dismissing Drew Aller because the preseason doesn't count. Nobody's coming at him. People are coming at him. He took some big time shots last week in the preseason game. He took some big time shots. He's taken some hits. That Steelers offensive line is brutal. And if things go well, which is Rodgers plays the whole year, and you make the postseason, or maybe you go 9-8 or 10-7. But if things go well enough that Rodgers plays all 17 games, you're not going to see Drew Aller. But going into next year, it's either him or Mason Rudolph to be your starting quarterback, and you want to forego that and draft another quarterback? No way. I'm sorry. Drew Aller is your quarterback of the future. Drew Aller is your quarterback of the future. And I don't know how you're not excited about that. I just don't know how you're not excited about that from what you've seen, the limited things you've seen out of him. Plus, I know that you can harp on all the negatives with Drew Aller from last year, right? He didn't play all that well. Then he breaks his ankle, and Penn State has a terrible season, and his draft stock plummets. Well, what about the first 2 years of Drew Aller as the starting quarterback at Penn State? He was a guy that a lot of people thought could be the number 1 overall pick 12 months ago going into the college football season because he's 6'4" and has a big arm and can also run like Josh Allen and was one of the best college football quarterbacks before last season. Who's to say any of these quarterbacks that are supposed to be great will actually be great? So I understand it. Steelers fans, they want the future. They're fed up with the status quo, which is 10-7 football, get smashed in the wild card round. I get it. Totally get it. You just drafted a quarterback for the 2nd straight year. This one in the 3rd round. This one looks good. This one you should be hyped about for 2027. You're not even going to give him a chance? Come on. By the way, so then with the Joey Porter Jr. stuff, though, there hasn't been a whole lot of talk over the last couple of weeks. And I think that's probably the most frustrating part. Although, actually, I did see a report here today. Joey Porter Jr. and the Steelers are not even close on reaching a deal. I think Schefter said that on the McAfee show today. They haven't appeared to be close either to a deal, and they've never gotten close, and he's still not practicing, and he's on PUP with a back injury, and backs are often confused with contractitis. They're waiting on him, and he's waiting on them, and that doesn't seem to be going anywhere. I don't think at any one point here that they've been close to a deal. Now, I saw Jalen Ramsey did say on Monday, quote, they got to pay Joey Porter, end quote. Also said, Jalen Ramsey said, I'm overly in Joey's corner. Joey needs to get compensated for being a valuable part of this secondary and a valuable part of this defense and team. Hasn't practiced in this entire preseason. Again, is that back injury real? Is it just about wanting a contract that he hasn't gotten? I saw Mike McCarthy said, quote, I've always, and I learned this in my early years as a head coach, you have to separate the business and football. Sometimes it's easier than others. This is a challenge for both Joey and us because we're a first-year staff. We've seen him play, competed against Joey. I would love the opportunity to coach Joey Porter. I know our defensive guys would love the opportunity. We're at an impasse right here, and you've got to respect that. Every one of us has a contract. The organization, they have beliefs and so forth. But, yeah, that's just kind of where we are. I saw Jordan Schultz report that teams are, starting to pick up the phones and trying to make a trade for Joey Porter. But I don't think the Steelers would get anything close to a first or second round pick for Joey Porter Jr. I don't see that happening. I don't see it happening. I mean, you initially took him, right? 32nd overall pick, 2023. So the team that trades for him would then have to pay him a contract extension. I don't think you're getting a first or second round pick. So I think that call was wrong for a lot of reasons there from John in San Diego. And I think the thing that bothered me the most was the fact that he already wants to move on and draft another quarterback, and you haven't even seen Drew Aller play a meaningful snap, but the preseason football he's played so far, I thought has been pretty good. 310-840-4910. Let's move on to the next caller. Lamar is up in Miami. Next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Lamar? How you doing?
What's going on, man? I just wanted to comment on the Miami Hurricanes stacking up this year. Pretty much giving you the pulse of Miami. We don't care that people don't have us ranked. Again, we're going to go on the field and show people who we are and what it is that we do, just like we did last year. And also, the whole championship game last year, it came down to the last drive when you had a quarterback, Beck, who had a weak arm. Shannon Dawson called a horrible play. If you watch that last play, Malachi Tony was wide open, or you could have just handed the ball off to Fletcher because Indiana couldn't stop Fletcher. No one in the playoffs last year could stop Fletcher. He was just running all on them, and he's coming back again, and so is Malachi, and we got a better quarterback. We got Mensah, stronger arm, more mobile. The man threw for 4,000 yards with Duke. Who is Duke? He was playing a bunch of nobodies. Now he actually has weapons. It's only going to get better, and we're not letting the kids leave the state. All the college football talent comes from South Florida or Florida itself. Now we're about to show the world exactly why Florida is what it is when it comes to football.
Hey, Lamar, good call, man. And I appreciate you standing on business and hyping up the Hurricanes. Look, again, I think that there's going to be a lot of time in many weeks this year where Miami Hurricanes fans are very braggadocious. They're pumping their chest out because, again, I think the ACC is pretty weak. And I think the Miami Hurricanes are going to win the ACC again and represent in the college football playoff. They play one ranked team on their schedule, and it's Notre Dame. Just know that on November 7th, on what could be a really chilly night in South Bend, Indiana, in prime time, if Miami gets stomped out by the Irish, just know that I'm going to be here. And yeah, I'm a Notre Dame fan. And yeah, I'm salty that the fact that they played it was a true road game in South Florida, week 1 of the season, first ever college football game for CJ Carr, in what became a rainstorm, driving rain in the second win, and Notre Dame lost by a field goal, and that's what ultimately kept them out of the college football playoff. I still haven't forgot. I think Miami's going to be good. I think they're going to be really good. I think their offensive line is going to take a step back, and I think their defensive line is going to take a step back because I think that's the most important part of this team, and that's the biggest parts that you lost. Yes, Mark Fletcher's coming back. Yes, Malachi Tony is a dark horse to win the Heisman as a non-quarterback. And you can hype up Darian Mensah, and that's fine. Joe DeLeon was on our show earlier hyping him up because he did put up 4,000 yards basically at Duke. And yes, that's pretty damn special that he did that. And you look at the weapons that Miami does have coming back, and to think that what he could do this year, sure. It's a real easy schedule. You better win the ACC. You better get to the college football playoff. A lot of Hurricanes fans are upset that the team isn't being talked about as a national title contender, that it is Notre Dame and Ohio State and Texas and Georgia. The ACC's weak. You better win it. You better get to the college football playoff, but also just know that one big data point in the regular season at Notre Dame in November, when the Irish get their revenge, just realize that you're going to be an afterthought in the national title conversation. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. We'll finish up with your phone calls. We'll finish up with your texts when we return. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Get you caught up on plenty of baseball and the final scoreboard updates on a busy preseason night in the NFL. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
big dumper has been a big disappointment. Cal Raleigh, 60 home runs last year. So far this year, he has 59 hits. 59 hits. I stopped checking the batting average to see if he could get it above 200 because I don't think it's going to happen this year. Now, he's 7 for his last 20 with 5 home runs in the mix, including that 3-homer game against the Phillies on Monday. But in my opinion, far too little, far too late from Cal Raleigh, who we were talking about MVP last year. The Mariners, all the way to the ALCS, they finally had the offense to go with the pitching. And yes, again, like many of these teams associated with the disappointing players we're talking about, the problems are many in Seattle. They've gone to this 6-man rotation. It's been pretty inconsistent. At least the names that you would expect to be more consistent have been more inconsistent than not. Kirby and Miller atop that list. Miller now hurt. Who knows when he makes his next start? But offensively, they were supposed to have finally figured it out, and Cal Raleigh is hitting 167. Again, 59 hits. 59 hits in over 400 plate appearances when he hit 60 homers last year. So Cal Raleigh, number 1 in my power rankings of the biggest disappointments.
And Stribling, I knew about, but I didn't know his catch radius is what it is. 10-inch hands. I know it's preseason, so I'll slow down. But when you just sit back and watch this guy, he just has something about him to where he is not the bright lights don't seem to phase him. And I feel like he's Kawhi Leonard with those hands and the balls that are coming his way. Now, he dropped an easy touchdown last week, but he got 11 catches in 2 preseason games. So he's been Spider-Man on everything that's coming his way. But to answer your question right now, I'd give him the stamp of approval of, man, this dude's got 4.3 speed and the ability to hang on the ball when Brock Purdy's throwing it to him or Mac Jones. So my question right now, or my answer to your question would be, hell yeah, he looks like he could be electric. But then we got to see what happens when it's real time and real action. And it's kind of funny. A reporter asked Kyle at his presser yesterday about Stribling and basically to get Kyle excited about Stribling and what he's seen. And Kyle basically, and I don't know if it was, Stribling just being a rookie, was kind of, yeah, it's been okay. But we'll see when it's regular season. And we were having some fun with it. Like, he doesn't sound impressed, or that's just a ball coach not going to hype up his rookie until it's real action. But we're excited out here about him.
Yeah, I think just waiting for October to get here. It seems like they do this, year after year. Just they kind of get bored. They're not trying to set records for postseason wins or anything like that. Probably going to win less than 100 games, but still win the division by a comfortable margin. So, but yeah, every single year they just kind of let up on the gas pedal and cruise in October, and then as long as they're healthy and fresh, and usually those guys are fresh because no one's worn out, no one's been pushed to limits, or no one's going to be exhausted come when October rolls around.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Welcome on back. Final couple of minutes here on BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Last chance to get in on the phones, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. All right, final baseball update, and then we'll get you caught up on the preseason games. So we got one coming down to the wire, one final, one that's wrapping up, and it's been a blowout, and then another one early second quarter at the Chargers and the Rams, which is definitely an interesting watch because of the Rams' backup quarterback battle. But let's get you caught up on baseball because we haven't talked a lot of it tonight so far. Couple of games have gone final. We got one game still in action. Again, the highlight of the night, Chris Sale turning back the clock as he's done all year. I mean, if not for the year that Mizorowski was having, Chris Sale would probably win the NL Cy Young Award. And look, I mean, he's still got maybe 4 or 5 starts left. If he pitches the way he did tonight for another month, maybe that changes the calculus. 4th career shutout for Chris Sale tonight. 9 innings, 5 hits, no runs, no walks, and 11 strikeouts as he completely shuts down the 2-time reigning World Series champion LA Dodgers. 1-0 the final. He struck out Ohtani. One of the highlights was getting Ohtani to basically swing out of his shoes on a 100-mile-an-hour fastball that Ohtani had no chance on, who went 0 for 4 tonight. The one run, a Drake Baldwin home run to lead off the game in the bottom of the first for Atlanta. That was it. 1-0. They beat the Dodgers, and that makes the number 1 seed very interesting in the National League. Home field advantage, because right now after tonight, and the Brewers beat the Mets, by the way, 8-2. We got you an update on that game before. The Brewers are 83-51. The Dodgers are 80-54, so 3 games back. And then the Braves are 79-55. They're 4 games back of what would be home field advantage throughout the playoffs or throughout the National League pennant run. So that's definitely not Milwaukee's. And remember, Milwaukee's got to play the Cubbies 7 times in the span of 10 days coming up to start next week. So that was a big, big win for the Braves. We mentioned the Brewers beat the Mets 8-2. How about the Blue Jays? Just when you think they're maybe starting to get some life, maybe starting to do something in that American League wild card race, they get annihilated by the Royals tonight, 13-2. Yikes. 13-2. How about Jack Caglione? 5 for 6 with a home run and 6 RBIs for Kansas City. Trying to play a little bit of spoiler. My Yankees, brutal night for Garrett Cole. He gets tagged by the Astros again and didn't pitch poorly, but 6 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs. The big one that hurt him was the 2-run home run from Christian Walker in the top of the 6th. The Astros beat the Yankees 5-1. Get a look at that AL West. The Astros atop of it at 67-67. Rangers in second place at 66-68, and the Mariners, how bad they've been, still with a chance, 3 games back. Every single team in the AL West has a negative run differential. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Cardinals beat the Orioles 7-5. Those are 2 teams still with a glimmer of hope. So there you go. That was the night in baseball. We'll get you a preseason football update one more time in just a couple of minutes, but we want to grab one last caller here. Again, 310-840-4910. My guy Bert in Baltimore next up on BetMGM tonight. What's up, Bert? How you doing, brother?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. Hey, I wanted to see if I heard this right. Last segment, I think you said, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you expect Miami to win the ACC again?
Correct.
And the previous caller got me a little heated with his "Who is Duke" comment. Now, I'm a not very proud University of Maryland alumnus, so I've got no room to brag. But I want to remind you both that Miami has never won the ACC in 22 years. And as far as who is Duke, they're the defending ACC champs. Have a great rest of your night, sir.
Bert, you are absolutely correct, man. You are absolutely correct. That's right. Duke did win the ACC championship last year, beating Virginia. because the fact that Miami ended up losing those 2 games is what cost them. That is what cost them. And I remember it was SMU, which was the disappointing loss. And I forget the other one off the top of my head. Who did Miami lose to? Who was the other loss for the Hurricanes last year? Oh, Louisville at home. They lose to Louisville at home, unranked, and they lose to unranked SMU on the road. But that was still good enough to get Miami into the college football playoff because they beat Notre Dame with a true freshman making his first start in a true home game in a driving rainstorm by a field goal in the first week of the season. That's right. So that's what kept them out of the ACC title game. And that is what got Duke to the ACC title game, and they beat Virginia. So, yeah, Bert, good point, man. Excellent reminder. And Miami has not won the ACC title. That's right. He's absolutely right. 310-840-4910. All right, last chance for the Raiders. They trail the Niners 15-12, and they just turned it over, so that's all she wrote. Aiden O'Connell could not get the first down. Disappointing night for the Raiders because they played Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza, and Aiden O'Connell, and they weren't able to score a touchdown. 4 field goals. And the Niners didn't play anybody. Adrian Martinez played like 80% of the game, and it was all their backups. And I get that after the first quarter, it was the Raiders' backups alongside those quarterbacks. But, man, that is a disappointing night. That's just a reminder for a lot of folks that think the Raiders maybe could be a big surprise team this year if Mendoza is able to get on the field early enough, that this roster still has a long way to go. The offensive line is still a big-time struggle. I think the receiving talent is very lacking. And now with this Ashton Genty injury, who knows? That's a big, giant question mark. I think it's going to be a long year for the Raiders. And again, maybe that's a good thing because maybe it will only take 4 or 5 games before Fernando Mendoza gets his way onto the field. So maybe that might end up working out the best for everybody. Meanwhile, the Browns crushed the Patriots tonight, 37-13. Again, the guy that stole the show, Dylan Gabriel, all in the first half, 12 of 15, 186 yards, 3 touchdowns. It was a rough night for Baron Morton, the Patriots rookie out of Texas Tech, but again, he's the 3rd-string quarterback, so, I mean, disaster would have to strike in order to see him on the field in a meaningful game this year. Tommy DeVito threw a nice 45-yard strike to Kyle Williams for a touchdown, but Patriots, I don't think they've played any starters at all the last 2 games, so they're all ready to go. The reigning AFC East champions are ready for Week 1 when they play the Seattle Seahawks in 13 days from now on opening night in Seattle. And then finally, Rams leading the Chargers 10-7. They just scored a touchdown. Ty Simpson throws a touchdown pass to Brennan Presley. I just caught the tail end of it as I looked over to my screen. Looked like a throw that was in the flat. Presley did the rest of it. The big highlight, Justin Herbert uncorked a 65-yard bomb to Quentin Johnston. And we still don't know if that's the end of the night for Herbert because that last Rams drive just went... Justin Herbert's night is done. Trey Lance has come into the game, but he didn't throw a pass. So when I looked, I was like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure Herbert's night was done. It was. He threw a 65-yard bomb touchdown to Quentin Johnston, and that was it. So that's the end of the preseason for Justin Herbert, but a lot of things to look out for with this Rams backup quarterback battle. Ty Simpson looks good again tonight, 13 of 15, 83 yards and a touchdown. So we'll see. Who's it going to be behind Stafford? Will it be Ty Simpson or Stetson Bennett? We got a lot of football to look forward to tomorrow. So we'll get you set with a full slate, and we'll talk to Danny Kluppinger about the U.S. Open, which starts on Sunday. You know I can't wait for that. Fun show. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to VP Monty. Thanks to Lee DeLapp in our Westwood One studios. Thanks to Brad and everybody else. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern on BetMGM tonight.
But I think this stacks up nicely for Minnesota. This is a decent starting 5. I don't know if it's the kind of starting 5 that can compete for a Western Conference title against San Antonio and OKC. But Anthony Edwards, LaMelo Ball, Jaden McDaniels, Rudy Gobert, and now Jonathan Kuminga. He's not Naz Reid defensively, but I think if I'm the T-Wolves, I'll take that. That was the one hole on your roster that you had to shore up. You had to slap the old flex tape on the side of the boat before the season started, and they took care of it. Again, I don't think it gets them up there in the rarefied air of San Antonio and OKC, but if you want to be right there on that next level with the Nuggets, and maybe if Luka's healthy and having a good year, the Lakers, you're solidly there. You're solidly there with Denver on that second tier behind OKC and San Antonio.
And I should say Joe Brady is calling plays he knows won't work against the plays that Jim Leonard, the DC, is calling, just to see how Josh Allen can handle it. So there's that, but I think it's bigger than that. I think that, look, there's no more important relationship in sports than the one between the head coach and the quarterback. Josh Allen is 30. Joe Brady is 36. They can relate to each other as fathers. They can relate to each other in every possible way off the field. And really, it wasn't a good relationship. It wasn't a great relationship, I should say, between Allen and McDermott. It wasn't like toxic. They weren't at each other's throats. This isn't something that you were going to see, Skip and Stephen A. and all the talking heads lose their minds about, because Josh Allen is he's a good team player. He's the son of a farmer. He's going to do what he's told. He's not going to ball up a fist and demand this and demand that. But it's got to be a special dynamic relationship if you're going to get to a Super Bowl and win it. Josh Allen and Sean McDermott was never that. I think Josh Allen and Joe Brady has the potential to be that. They've really evolved and grown together.